Well, good morning. It's good to be back with us here today. It's going to be a fun, positive day and a good way to start with a good pair of Angus cattle here. Two young ladies doing a good job. I like them just like they come to us. Young ladies up front's the one that can combine a look of balance with still having some muscularity, square coming and going, still attractive enough. Get him on the stand. Everything kind of assembles and fits together good. Get him out into motion. Maybe we could set his tail head down in him just a freckle and let his top line just balance his shot better. But his head shape, his look up front, his squareness, good calf right there, especially in this particular breed that's got tons and tons of upside. Performance-oriented one here in second, shot boulder right in the center of his body, and one that reads with some muscle shape. He's still high-necked, and it's attached in the right side of his shoulder blade. Doesn't come to us with the extras in terms of balance and just attractiveness in terms of his hip and his rear leg. But both you young ladies have done an awesome job. Best of luck to you. Good way to get our steer show started. Congratulations. Very good class here as we get into them all the way through them. Top pair, top three are very, very close. You like them how you like them. The gray one just proportions a shot better. He makes more sense. His foot matches his bone matches his muscle, even though he's not the heaviest duty one out here, just in terms of sheer shape. It just all fits. It's assembled better. He's more genuine up front. He truly is square and broad right up over his withers as the heavy duty one right behind him is. I like his softness. We set him into motion. His rear leg and just his comfort level and the way he sits it down, a shot more genuine. He opens his toes and sets his claw down and pushes off of it right there, and that suits me a shot better. We can change him up in the shape of his head. We can just open him a shot in his forerib, but I like that calf just in terms of how everything is assembled. Great big caboose comes in this one, and he's still got an awesome look up front. I wish that one was a shot broader right out of the back of his blade and a shot stouter right there to match what he's got behind. And then when we talk about proportion, he gets a shot frailer from his underline to the ground. I wish we could just stouten his foot, his ankle, and his bone work. And when they drive right away from you, that one wants to get just a little bowy. He rolls out on his hoof wall, on the outside of his hoof wall. His hocks want to deviate just a shot. Right there, he can be our class winner. He's high tying. He's still got a great big hip. I love that in him. His underline quality's good. A little more rigid on both ends. Just need to stouten him underline down to match all that power he has up high. Then we got us one. But, young man, you got a good calf you've done a good job with. Really good calf right here. Awesome in terms of his feet. His bone work, great big stout forearm in that guy. His neck's attached high. He gets a little deeper top to bottom, a little plainer there, and I'm okay with that if we could make him stouter right in his loin. He wants to wash out a little bit in his loin when we ask him to go. Kind of gets a little awkward in terms of his hip. His jump muscle and his tail head just doesn't balance as good as those two right in front of him. Awesome big feet. Awesome runners when he goes. Good feed and look. Very, very good right in the center of his cage. Right there when he goes. His loin comes out. His jump muscles up. We lose a shot of balance there. Good calf comes next. Very practical, very good feeding, square up high, good body. Need to stouten him in his bone work, change him a nickel up front. Young lady's done a good job with one that's got a good look. He's square built up high. He just gets a little straight on both ends, young lady. You've got every ounce of it out of him. Just wish we could change him structurally. Old Paint comes next, just solid cattle. He's got length. He's got muscle up high. He doesn't balance when we ask him to go like those other cattle. But, young man, you've done a good job this week in showing the cattle you showed to us. Congratulations to you. Then we end up with a very well-presented calf that comes next, and his body shape is good. He just gets awkward when we get him on the stand. He wants to get up in his spine and dump his pins, and we lose a shot of balance. Looks like when we get him broke and settled in, there's tons of quality there, young lady, to where he can come out, have a good trip. He can run right up in that class. But a good class right there. Congratulations to all of you. Very good class here, very competitive set of young people. Challenging, but I think it assembles pretty easy. Before we get into old Silver, we can make him more genuine from his underline to the ground. After that, that's the one that's the best in terms of his look, good in terms of shape to his head. He's the broadest and squarest right out of the back of his blade, good down his top line. His rib cage fits his maturity. Everything sits in there right on the stand, no question at all. That's our class leader. Ask the cattle to go. We can make him a shot more genuine up front. We could make him a shot more genuine right behind when he goes. But right there, class leader, there's not an advantage in terms of being a shot more genuine in the two cattle right behind him. So that's kind of a wash. That's the highest quality one in my mind. Very well presented young lady, good class winner. The red one comes next. Really stout bone and featured, and with that, really square up high in terms of right out of the back of his blade, right up over his withers. He's as genuine right there as any. He still gives you a nice look. Real good headed kind of calf in terms of having some stoutness to him. All those things are good. For as big as his feature is, I wish his feet were a little bigger. I wish he could open his toes and set his claw down and take a shot better step. If you would, we could redesign the shape to his hock, and I think when we get right into him, the Silver one was better looking and he was still denser built in terms of sheer red meat, but a very, very good calf right there that's got tons of upside ahead of him. Very well presented. Congratulations to you. Sheath forward, I love this Baldy in terms of his head shape, in terms of his look, the top side of his crest, the way that one's built down in the base of his chest. There's just enough chest down there to really, for me to buy into that one will feed and do the right things. Broad square right out of the back of his blade, up over his withers. All those things are good. Couldn't ever get him to balance just as good as we needed to. Sheath back up in the flank. Not only is his tail short, and that's not why we're third, his twist sits a little higher up in the seat of his britches. Everything wants to funnel from his sheath up. We put that with his tail, and we just make it in a very, very competitive class. We just don't have that same underlying balance. Gets just a freckle rounder in terms of his hip and not quite as just attractive in terms of how he sets his rear leg down when we ask him to go. On the stand, very, very good there. Just when we ask him to go, he's not quite as attractive. Hip, rear leg, underlying balance. That's how a very, very good calf that I like really well gets to be third in a good class. Very good calf on the stand. I like him underline up. We get him parked. Hey, I like this one. Stout headed, good neck, good up on the top side of his neck. Big and square right out of the back of his blade, all the way to his loin, down his loin edge. He's sharp and good right to the front of his hip. Hip forward, hey, I can talk myself into this one maybe being our class winner because I love his head shape. His forearm stoutness is all the way through that guy with still a crazy look up front. A little too short in his hip, a little too round. Ask the cattle to go. He's not coordinated enough, hip and hind leg. That's why we land fourth. Hip forward, hey, that's the kind I like right there, and there's tons and tons upside. Young ladies presented him at the highest level. Good solid cattle comes next. He's better in terms of his rear runners when he goes than the one right in front of him. Right there, we don't get the same balanced look when we park him. A little deeper in his chest, a little plainer up over the top of his crest. Not quite as genuine in terms of just his spread right there at his pin set. When you get into him, he's got a big square back. He's got an awesome rib cage in him. Feet and bone are good that way. Just need to change him on the top side of his hip, tight him up and elevate him in his chest and where his neck attaches, but a very, very good calf. This one here on the stand, you can run him. You think he needs to go up a shot more. He's a freckle too long-bodied at this point in his life, and that probably takes away a little bit from some shape and some balance. Young man, you got a good-looking calf that's got muscle to him. He's really good out through his hip. As he continues to feed and soften, that calf can run up the line if his rear legs stay within his body wall. Wants to get just a little wider than we need him to and kind of swivel and pivot rather than step and push, but a very, very good calf right there. Little quicker built one comes next in the black one. Awesome rib cage, little plainer up front. He's still got muscle up high. Feet and legs are an advantage over the couple right in front of him. We just lose some extension dimension and some look. Really good, heavy-duty, dense-muscled one comes next in Old Yeller. Still got a nice look. A little different in terms of his hip and his rear leg and just how he sets his foot down. Need to open that guy up in his forerib. Young lady's done an awesome job with the black one that's just very, very fundamentally correct. Maybe doesn't come with the extras. Link's good. Body shape's good. He's got muscle and bone. Need to change that one from a balanced look. Good class. Congratulations. Best of luck to all of you. Very, very good class. Very competitive set of young people as well. And like we said yesterday, we'll hammer the gas and go when we can and keep our pace good. And when we need to pump the brakes, I'm good with it. And just note to everyone, when I gather that front end, you're in no order. I'm pretty simple, pretty basic, pretty set in my ways. I start at the top. We'll get the better end up there, and then we'll shuffle them and sort. So the moral of that story is, it's just like life. Don't ever quit. Don't ever give up till you walk out this gate, because it's not over. Your day might not start out good, but it might end very good. So that's kind of, I guess, maybe from a corny old simple guy, that's another life lesson that livestock showing can teach us. When we gather you up there, we're going to shuffle you, and it's just going to be what it is. But our class winner was always our class winner, without doubt. He just brings the most unique pieces. Maybe defies a little logic at times, and in terms of just the way he's assembled, because cattle built like that in their head and their forearm and their stoutness up front, and cattle built like that with that big a caboose usually aren't that long backed. And that one gets just a little longer backed, if you will, proportionally in terms of the way his head reads, the way his forearm reads, the way his body shape and his true width is. So it kind of, at times, he wants to kind of have just a little more slack right in the center of his top line than maybe what you would think a heavy-duty, moderate, big, stout-headed, stout forearm kind of creature would. With that, wild in his look, very, very good in terms of being square up high, great big wide pin set in that thing, and without question, what makes it all work, he is by far the most mobile, the most flexible, and the most genuine coming and going. So logically, very, very good place to start, Cowboy. You've done a good job with a good calf. This one here in second, he gets here because his sheer proportionality. That thing, everything matches and fits. And, hey, maybe we're not, and it's okay, young lady. I mean it with the utmost sincerity. Maybe we're not winning the show today, of course, because we're in second. But I'm going to tell you what, that one will be very fun to feed. I mean, in my mind, because everything fits. Nose to tail, everything assembles. His foot matches his ankle, his bone to his muscle, his body shape, his maturity. Those are the right kind of feed. Here's what got us in trouble today. Of course, he's not as stout, and that's fine. I'm good with that because he's square and he's proportional to his maturity. He's very, very flexible. He's very loose-made. He's got to do it by lowering his head and coming a little open over the top of his blade. We lose just a shot of balance when we ask him to go. You talk about a good-headed one, awesome right in the top of his crest, good through his throat latch in terms of a feeding one, still awesome right down in the base of his chest, big stout forearm, good runners. I'm telling you that I like your calf a whole lot. Tons and tons of upside. Everything's assembled the right way. Lots and lots of good there. This one here in third is good cattle. If we could, and I'm not that guy, if we could slide our show halter at times back up on our nose and make him want to just go with a little better gear. When he first came in here, he was a little ducky and divey, and when he does that, his tail head shoots up out of him, and we lose a shot of balance. Absolutely flawless in terms of his runners and the way he goes, reaches and steps and pushes. He's square built up high. That one just needs to continue to open up and soften. Just wish we could get that same look of balance as we ask him to go. Oh, Yeller's a good calf, really good. Good in his head shape, good in his neck shape. Still balance is good. He's good in terms of being square up high. He's not as genuine right down in his forerib and the base of his heart. He's not quite as genuine right up in his pin set. He's got a good posture to his hip. Just need to give him a shot more muscle there. Good rear leg, gets out and goes good. Very well presented, young man. Lots and lots of upside there. Good calf comes next. Change his rear leg, change his hip, and we can maybe slide him up a spot or two. I like his look up front, his feeding look right in the center of his body. He's square build up high. Awesome right out of the back of his blade. We fade a little bit too much right back in our pin set right now, and our rear leg's just a little awkward when we use it. But you've got every ounce out of him. You've done an awesome job presenting him. Congratulations. Next three, line them up how you like them, and I like this one's density, and I like his squareness up high, good looking up front. Needs to be rocked back in his knee. I thought his maturity pattern was more in line than the two right behind him. Even though we gave up a shot of bone to one, a shot of body to the other, I can get on board with his maturity, his look, his squareness. Need to fix him in terms of his front knee and his body shape. Good bone, good bodied one comes next. He too gets too forward in his knee, a little plainer in his head, maybe not quite the same amount of muscle for being built like that up front as we think he ought to have, but really, really good rear leg in that one. Earlier, quicker maturing one comes next. Great big round bodied, square up high. Need to redesign his hip, his rear leg, change his head and his throat latch. But really, really good class there. Great set of young people. Congratulations to all of you. Hereford place is exhibit number 202, Jacoby Class. Congratulations to the top three exhibitors in class number 7, Danny and Jude. Now in the ring is class number 8, class number 9, and 10. Need to be in the makeup arena. Class number 9 and 10 to be in the makeup arena. Really, really good division as we get to the end of it. All our class winners and seconds, very good. Tons of good all the way through those classes, very competitive. Best of luck to all you Chianina exhibitors the rest of your project time here. But we bring these two out here, and we'll get into it. There's a straightforward champion in my mind. Little guy out of class 2 will be your champion in this particular division. Then we'll talk about our other two here for reserve, not to take anything away from old Red that's over there in second, because that's a high-quality animal as well. The silver one up front, underline up, lots and lots of good in that one. That's a big square-backed one that's got just very, very unique in terms of his look up front and in terms of just his genuine spread he has on the top side of his skeleton, right out of the back of his blade, and just the way he's built right there through that thing's top line. His body shape fits him, fits his maturity. His underlying quality is good. He is the higher neck option in terms of just where it's attached than the young lady's black one that was second. Now, where do we get into that calf? We talked about him. Wish he was a shot more genuine from his underline to the ground. I wish everything just assembled a shot better. There's times the posture of his hip and his rear leg get off in terms of where his jump muscle sits, where his pins sit in him. You get back at some different angles of that one, and you can tell he's maybe just not quite as husky right down there in the base of his heart and his forerib, the lower part of his forerib. Awesome hair coat, awesomely presented, awesome look, big square up high, tons and tons upside in that one. Then we got the black one that was second in that last class, and we just talked about him. That one, just everything's assembled the right way. He proportions the right way. He's not the most tricked out in his look up front, and comparatively, if you want to compare them in this particular pair of them, he's maybe also maybe not quite right just as wide right out of the back of his blade. I think his shape is just as dense. I think it's more genuine and square in terms of where it sits, but right over his withers all the way back to his pin set. I think that is the general progression of the way they need to look in my mind. I love his posture of his hip and his rear leg is absolutely flawless at times, and especially the way that thing comes and goes. He maintains squareness and he's genuine there. Now, we talked about him. Got a shot more crest right over the top of his neck. He wants to, he's very, very flexible, and he needs to do it by lowering his head carriage a little bit as he goes. That's where we could change him. Lowers his head carriage, gets a little open right up over his blade. So you got to figure out your differences here. I've never been a comparative kind of person. I'm the one in my mind, whether anybody agrees or not, I try and find them quality and go down and just leave it that way. There's one that suits me better. Shape to his head, the size of his forearm, just the way he proportions and transitions. Blackwood's Reserve. Really good division right here. Congratulations to all of them. Good way to start a new division here. Good set of Herefords, good set of young people. Of the two cattle that are balanced correctly and have square shape up high, I'm good with giving up just a shot of true muscle in terms of one that's just better balanced. He's got the most correct rear leg, and the way he utilizes it, he can maintain that same look of balance when we ask him to go as when we park him. Now, he's skinny and he needs to get feed in him and continue to spread. If he does that, that's a very, very high quality Hereford steer. Good headed, good stout forearm in him. He's square up high. All his indicators tell you there's muscle built within him. He just comes with the most attractive usage of his rear leg, the most attractive look up front. Very well presented. Congratulations to you. Square broad-backed one's the one here right behind him in two. Real stout in his head. Tells a story down his top line. Broad over his withers. Still attractive up through his front end. Couldn't get his hip and his rear leg to just balance as good as our class winner. Not quite as coordinated in terms of how he uses his hock. Gets a little frailer in terms of his bone column and down to his foot in terms of both sides of his skeleton. I love his head shape. I love his squareness up high. He comes to a skinny too. Best days ahead of him. You've done an awesome job presenting him. Little bolder centered one comes next. Really good looking, really attractive, round right in the center of his body, square up high. He too, his hip, his rear leg just didn't assemble quite right for me. When we watch the cattle go, he wants to pull his hock in, not be quite as genuine there, get a little bit up on his toes, but a good class right there on the top end. Really good feeding stock comes next. Bold bodied, square up high, little plainer in the build to his head and his throat. Now it just doesn't match as good. We're going to make him stout headed. I'm good with it. He needs to have a bigger set of runners, bigger set of feet, and make that proportionate shot better. His balance is good. His muscularity up high. Good job to you, young man. Really extended, good looking one, good colored one here comes next. Need to relax him in his spine, change him in his rear leg. Just give that one more horsepower as well, but a good calf. Young lady's doing a good job with one that'll feed good. A little more moderate in his kind, a little shorter built. He's got body shape. He's fundamentally correct as in terms of his structure. Just need to change him from his look and balance standpoint. Good class to all of you. Real competitive class of Herefords, all good cattle, all cattle that got some body and they got some muscle, and young people doing an excellent job with them. Very good class winner in my mind in terms of his look, his presence, his balance. He's not the just the boldest in terms of body cavity or in terms of just sheer spread, but the thing he is he is the squarest. He is the most genuine on the top side of his skeleton. That thing is awesome, right out of the back of his blade, right down his loin edge in terms of the pin width. It all matches, even though he's not just the widest, boldest one out here. Awesome in terms of his runners, good in his look, very well presented. Nice Hereford calf to go ahead and start. Kevin second's really nice in terms of he is a shot boulder right in the center of his rib cage, still square up high, little forward in his knee, young man. He wants to get up in there in his knee, maybe not quite as attractive in his rear leg, but he's got a big stout head on him. His body shape is good, his width is good, really good in terms of the length of his hip and the way he motors in the top side of his skeleton and maintains comfort when we ask him to go. Good calf there. Really nice feeding calf comes next, one that's round-bodied and got squareness up high from his hip forward. He's very, very good. Gets a little plainer in terms of his hip, the set to his tail head and his rear leg, young lady, but you've done an awesome job presenting one that's got market animal shape up high. He's got body. He'll feed good. Congratulations to you. Good calf comes next. Really, really square up high and got some extra width up there out of the back of his blade down his top line. Young man's done a very good job with him. As the cattle to go, his tail head doesn't sit in him quite as good. His rear leg doesn't just motor quite like those others, but that one is heavy duty in terms of square shape, in terms of just genuine width. Very, very good calf. Young ladies done an awesome job with one that's going to feed good. Your calf's got muscle. He's got body shape. He gets a little plainer down there in his chest and not quite as attractive up front, but you've done an awesome job with him. Best of luck to you. Good class. Really good division here as we get to the end of our Herefords. Two really good class winners, two really good seconds. I'll tell you what, this is fun, and before we get into it, I commend you young people in terms of showing purebred livestock in the market show. I commend you for that. There's still value in that, and these cattle right here are very, very competitive, especially our two class winners. I like them quite by some margin. Young man won the first class, and he did it on his balance, his look, and his just sheer ability to motor and maintain that kind of look right there when he gets him parked, when we ask him to go. He's awesome in terms of his structure and his rear leg, the way he utilizes it. He sets some big old round feet down. He opens his toes. He pushes and drives like he's supposed to. He still balances good enough in his underline. Now, we talked about him. He's a shot and arrow right in the base of his chest, and if that one will spread as we feed him, hey, that's going to be a very, very high-quality Hereford steer. Get right up in the top side of his hip. We could change him right there by his tail head and his pin set, just make him a shot better. His tail head sits in him, dead set perfect, just right in there in the posture of his hip and the top side. We could just give him just a shot more stoutness. Very, very well presented. Good calf, won Class 1. Good second over there. Our class winner out of Class 2, very, very good. Really attractive, really up-headed. I love his head and the shape to it, and the width he's got between his eyes kind of tells the story down his back, too. Big, square, withered kind of calf. He's awesome all the way back to his pin set. Truly unique in terms of his hip, his tail head, his rear leg, and the posture of it. Even though his rear leg's not as bulletproof as the one right in front of him, when we ask him to go, we get him parked. It is that right there is a deadly picture. Underlying quality is incredible. Very, very good calf. Very good second over there. So been a very fun division. I've enjoyed it. These two are really good. We're going to land on in this division. I like the dark red one out of Class 2 to be your champion. Little guy up front will be reserved. Give him a big round of applause. Good set of young people. Good set of cattle. Very good way to start a new division here. Very, very good. This class, good all the way through. Top 5 are really good. With that said, logical class winner. That one's kind of my speed. Stout-headed, stout forearm, square built up high. Underline balance is incredible. That thing is so genuine, coming and going, and he does it in road gear. I love it. He picks him up, puts him down, pushes off his back foot. You want to pick on him. You want to get into him. I suppose we'll talk about it in a minute. We talk about it now. It's we could, for the guys that think they had to be wilder looking, you could elevate his neck set. You could set his tail head down in him a freckle. I'm telling you what, that's picking on one. It's incredible. You watch that thing come. He's genuine. He's square. He's got width right in the base of his chest. Big stout mug. Good forearm. Leaves you that way. And like I said, he does it in absolute road gear when he takes off and cats across here. Very, very good one to start. This one here in second on the stand is way good. High neck, stout-headed, extreme in terms of length of neck from the front of his blade to the back of his pole is a long way up through there. Still good down the base of his chest. He's got a big forearm, still got shape up high. He comes to us not quite as full today, and that's not why he's second, but he comes to us not quite as full, but he's really sharp right there in his loin edge. Awesome in terms of his length of hip, posture of his hip, tail set, rear leg, all those things are good. We land in second because we come and go just a shot narrower than I deem. If that one will spread underneath and his forerib comes and body shape comes, hey, front end's good, rear end's good, lots and lots upside there just in that particular pair today. Comes to us a little narrower, leaves us a little narrower. Just need to make him a shot more genuine right there in his forerib and his body. Awfully good one right there to be second. Heavy duty, stout, square backed one here in third. Top side of his skeleton is more like our class winner than the one right in second. Gets a little deeper and thicker in his neck, a little plainer in the shape to his head. Huge bones, uses them the right way. Good calf there. I like his calf in 4 real good. His dense shape, his look up high, his extension, length to hip is good. Doesn't balance in his underline like those cattle right in front of him. The trip he's had right here, he's not quite as secure in terms of his rear ankle and his rear leg when he goes. If he gets that figured out and he softens, hey, that's a very, very good fat one someday. He's got all the parts and pieces. Good looking, heavy boned one comes here in the baldy. Really good right out of the back of his blade. Square on the top side of his skeleton. Right there, the posture of his hip at times, I can't get it to make sense. A little high in his jump muscle, a little lower in his pin set. Maybe just doesn't give us that same look. Asks the cattle to go. He wants to close just a shot more in terms of where his hock and his feet are behind. Not quite as coordinated there. I love his shape up high. He's unique up front in his look. If that one too will soften and his underline from his sheath back up into his twist will settle down in him. Very, very good in terms of upside on that calf. Good solid cattle comes next. He's got a good look, square up high, gets a little rounder in his hip, a little straighter in his rear hock, young lady, but you've done an awesome job. His bones are big, his feet are big, his look is unique. He's got some muscle. Need to change his hip and his rear leg. Good fundamentally correct one comes next. He's more moderate. He's more my speed in terms of where his elevation sits and his body shape. That's why he beats a better looking one right behind him. I like his stoutness he's got in his head and his forearm, right out of the back of his blade. A shot more dense shape in that guy. One comes next. Really good looking, really elevated up front, high necked, good looking, runs out of horsepower, shoulder back. Need to open him right in the base of his heart, all the way back to the ball on his tail. We do that, settle his spine down in him. Lots and lots of good there. Good solid cattle comes next, just in terms of easy feeding look. He's got body. Maybe this show ring's not maybe his gig in terms of look and presence, but young lady, those kind right there will feed easy. They got some muscle shape when you get into them. Good bodied calf comes next, still attractive. One that's got some length to hip, just simply got to intensify him in his stoutness, but you've done a good job. Good class. Congratulations to all of you. Good class, lots of differences within them. And before we get into it, our class leader, he needs to be wider built underneath, and there's no question about it, and there's no secret about it. He needs to be a shot wider in the base of his chest. He needs to be wider when he leaves you. After that, he's the one that suits me the best, and combining a good look with big square shape up high. He's still good in the top side of his hip. He fades a little more from the top side of his hip down into the seat of his britches, and I deem ideal. He gets here because he progressively runs uphill the right way. His neck's set up on the top side of his blade. His forearm is stouter, even though he's not as dense as old Blue Duck right behind him. His forearm is stouter, and his feet genuinely open when he sets them down, and he opens his claw and he pushes out behind him. I think he's laid in tighter through the point of his shoulder. Awesome in his look up front. You've done an incredible job presenting him. Just need to open that guy up, base of his chest all the way through. Good class winner right there. I love Blue Duck here from his underline up. That thing is broad, square, withered, awesome up high, really dense in terms of his shape. Really good in terms of his bone work. Gets frailer in his foot, progressively runs downhill, if you will. That's why we lose quite a bit of balance when we ask him to get around the ring than when we get him parked. And if we could just elevate him top of his blade, give that one just a shot better look up front, make his paws just a little bigger. Hey, he's our class winner because I like his density, I like his shape, I like his rib cage. You've done a very good job. Close pair up there. Put them together and we really got us one. I think they both are extremely high quality, completely different in their type and kind. 3 and 4 get real close. One suits me as a shot more genuine, if you will. In terms of the shape right out of his blade, in terms of his look up front, in terms of matching his maturity up through his head and his face with the rest of his body. He's still dense in his shape. Need to change him in his hip and his rear leg as he goes. But I like his squareness up high. It just makes more sense to me, nose to tail, looking at him individually. He just balances and proportions a shot better than the heavy boned one right behind him. This one right here's got unique parts. And before we get into him, and I'm not the guy that ever says that, his genuine physical feel is probably a little too much for me and a little too much for him because his rib cage is wider than his caboose, okay? So we need to tidy that up, and if we do that, then I think his spine settles down in him. Then I think we got us one maybe. Got great big paws. He got great big bones. He still balances good enough for one that's a little plainer right over the top of his blade and up through his crest, and his head shape really good in terms of the size of his feet, his bone work. Like we said, you get into him, not as dense, not as shapely as the cattle right in front of him. We could draw a little of that physical feel back out of him. I think it'd help his forerib. I think it'd help his muscle shape behind, and it'd definitely let his spine settle down in him. You've done an awesome job presenting him, very unique in terms of his parts and pieces. Good calf comes next in terms of good looking, very attractive up front, square up high. Need to change his rear leg and his hip, young man. He gets a little frailer in his bone work, a little rounder in terms of his hip. But your calf's got a good look. He's got muscle. You've done a good job presenting him. Good. Excuse me. Good calf comes next. Good, pliable in terms of his body shape. Big old stout forearm in him. Gets a little plainer through the base of his chest. Not quite as attractive in his rear leg as he uses it. Big boned one comes next. Really square up high. Need to just soften that one, change the shape of his hock and how he utilizes it. Give him just a shot more true meat right in the seat of his britches. Got a good calf there as well. Moderate, easy feeding kind right here. He's better bodied than the two right in front of him. He's better on the top side of his skeleton. Just doesn't match. He's frailer in his foot, his bone, not as secure when he sets it down. A little more upright up front, but really good in terms of his body and his muscularity. A little quicker kind in terms of maturity comes next. Really good in terms of his chest and his presence up front. Square back. Need to redesign him in his tail head and his hock, young man. You've done an awesome job breaking him. He's quiet. You showed him to a high degree. Best of luck to you. Long-bodied, long-geared, good-looking one comes next. Jet level down his top line. Young man, like we said, keep feeding him. He just needs to continue to spread, come with some body, and come with some muscle. But very good class right there. Congratulations to all of you. Hey, this is fun right here in a good class. We get into them and lots of differences. And I'll tell you what, these top four, hey, they'll shuffle and however you prioritize them. And I'm a huge proponent and very, very vocal at my house about it. Very vocal with my kids. And the one thing that absolutely as a dad that when we go to a livestock show that frustrates me and most of the only thing that really does is sometimes when we single trait livestock, okay? So if it bothers you, that's good. I'm good with that. From where my heartstrings are, I will never do that. Before we get into it, we need to set a better set of sneakers back here, okay? After that, the black and white one is the very best in every other area that matters, okay? Big, stout, broad head, awesome in terms of his just shape right out of the back of his blade. His underlying balance is the best. His big old stout forearm matches his head. It matches his back. It matches his great big caboose. Those are big old legs, and he uses his hock extremely good. It's at the grounds where we have some issues in terms of just setting his feet down and making that just absolutely say, hey, that one's bulletproof, okay? His stoutness, his feature, his forearm, combine that with the soft look right in the center of him that's square up high and built the right way. Very, very good class winner for me. You want to pick on him because his rear paws, I'm good with it. I'm not going to. That's our class winner. 2, 3, and 4, shuffle them how you like. And before we get into the black one here in 2, this is probably a nickel different way to describe them, and that's just always the way I've been. I'm not had much education, just an old country kid that went to high school, and that's it. You know what separates these two, even though the one in second needs more true horsepower, he needs more muscle, he needs more mainly right out of his blade, and he needs to be a shot bolder right in the center of his rib cage. He's more market animal shaped in his head, his forearm, his back, his shoulder blade, his bone work than the one right behind him, okay? That's the way I see it. I'm good to give up a little bit of back and a little bit of cage right now for one that looks like someday he will be a market animal. His forearm shape, his foot size, his stoutness ahead, the way that one's assembled, that's market animal looking. I'm going to call the really smooth built one right behind him a shot more maternal, if you will. If you read his jaw, if you read his body cavity, if you read his muscle shape, and then you read his bone work and his foot and his ankle, that's what separates the pair. I love this one in second. Pliable, awesome in terms of his runners, gets out and goes good. He needs to be opened up. He needs to be right in the center of his cage. His width is good underneath from his shoulder back. He just needs busted apart. Fore-rib, body cavity, a top shape, all that needs to be better. I just like his terminal look, his terminal shape, his market animal shape when we get into him. Awesome calf here in third. Very smooth, very unique in his look. Everything proportions. He's got more shape than the one right in front of him. He's a little shorter back, so he's a little broader up high. He's got more hip when you get right in behind him. And hey, just subtle differences to me. You read his jaw, you read his head, you read the length of his nose. You combine that with the way he's built through his shoulder and his forearm down into the ground and his paws and his ankles. I read that as a little more maternal look than a terminal look. That's what separates them. I think they're both really, really good. You like them how you like them. That's the way I saw your cattle. This calf right here, I love him in terms of his just stoutness of bone, his look. He progressively runs downhill on me, and I could never get him to just make sense. I wanted to. I thought at times that could be second in this class. He just wants to run downhill a little on me, young man. His look is good up front. His body is good. He's very genuine underneath in terms of his underpinning and his bone work. All those things are good. He just right there, he just wants to lower his neck, dump his nose, and run downhill on me. His quality is very, very good. If that stays right in there and he feeds like you'd hope he would, hey, nice fat one someday. Heavy duty in terms of foot and bone in this one. Big old forearm, big old stout back in this one. Little flatter right in the center of his body, little plainer base of his chest up to the bottom of his nose, but a really good calf in terms of stoutness. Young man's done a good job with ones that's a lot the same. Really good in terms of muscularity and flat backed and square up high, a little rounder. His tail head comes up. Young man got a little more chest. I couldn't get his underline to balance as good. Old Blue's really good looking, good bodied kind of calf. Simply too straight on both ends. Need to change him there just a little bit. Need to stouten his ankle and his bone and his footwork there. Genuinely, he's hairy legged. He looks like he's got big legs. Fades too much at the ground for me in terms of God-given foot size, God-given ankle size, but a good calf right there. Good solid feeding cattle comes next. Good bodied, really good in terms of muscle up high, little plainer on both ends. Never wants to elevate his head and just throw it up above the top of his blade. Gets a little different in terms of his hip and his rear leg. Then we get into a baldy that's really attractive, really square up high. Need to stouten his jaw, need to change him there. Need to fix him on both ends of his skeleton as he gets a little too upright for me. Beautifully presented young lady. Lots of good there. Really good, fundamentally correct one comes next. Long, got body, got muscle, doesn't balance the same as those others. Need to give him a shot more bone. Awesome class right there. Great set of young people. Good division as we get to the end of it. It's been very, very fun. We started with a bang with a good deep class up there in Class 1, and we landed on a very good one that fits me very good. I talk about proportional cattle that are so genuine, and that's the way that one is. He hit the gate doing 98, and he can flat cat around and go and doesn't ever deviate, and that's where I guess I like him. He's just loose enough made to where he can go like that, but we park him. His top line comes up. The posture of his hip stays as good as any. His rear leg, just very, very high quality animal. We talked about him. You want to pick on him a little bit, so be it. Make him a little crazier necked if you think you need him that way. Maybe set his tail head down in him just a freckle, but I'm telling you, that's genuine, good-built livestock every day of his life. He's going to continue to look like that, whether he's hairy, whether he's not, whether he's skinny, whether he's not, whatever. Good stock right there. God-given quality in that one. Suits me good. Good calf there in second. We talked about him. Crazy-looking, big-featured. Needed to open better right out of the back of his blade. That young man does an incredible job presenting him. My hat's off to him. Class 2 brought us some more challenges here because the one that suits me muscularity-wise is standing in second. And like I said yesterday, you know, I'm a big proponent that they don't always got to fit my box. I think we got to get the highest quality one out of every class, and then we get to a division like this, and then we can do what we need to within to make ourselves feel good. And what suits us of the high-end cattle. That's a very good calf that warrants standing in this line, even though maybe he's not my speed. Crazy in his look, still stout in his bone work, still got some muscle when you get into him. He needs to be cracked apart in the base of his chest and wider all the way through. Just yank the seat of his britches down in him a shot better, and then I think our underline, our flank line balances a shot better. But his head is good, his look is good, his runners are still flexible from the side, even though we could pry him apart a shot. Very highly presented. Old Blue Duck over there, you got to like him for his extra muscle and squareness. Just got a little plain out there. Both those young men do an awesome job. Then we got into class 3 there, and once again, we had another class winner that about 5 steps in, I thought I had no denying just in terms of stoutness and muscularity and still doing it with a good look and being extra good in terms of his bone work and just his sheer width and still for one that is that stout and one that is that heavy duty in terms of his bone work, he's still smooth and laid in good through the point of his shoulder. He's still good enough through the base of his chest, even though he too isn't crazy right through the bottom side of his throat latch. We talked about him. Needs a new set of sneakers and needs to set them down a little square, but we're not going to single trait your cattle. That's a very, very high-end one. We used one over there that needed to just come with some more shape and muscle in the center of him. He beat one that had some more just because I liked his terminal look. I liked his market animal shape to his head, his bone work, his forearm. That suited me better. So it's been an awesome division. Great set of young people. I've tried to describe them to you absolutely to the best of my ability, whether they're yours or mine. And I think there's 2 out here that suit me really good, but it's undeniable in my mind which one wins because he hit me like a ton of bricks. He's my speed. That's what's cool. We get to the end. We get to use the one we like. Little guy's champion. Black and white's reserve. Give him a big round of applause. Great division. Good way to start a new division here. Well, young man's white calf suits me the best. He's just the best in terms of his look, his balance, his runners. Gets out and goes. He's still square. One that's got some shape up high out of the back of his blade. We could just soften that guy just a shot in terms of his body, but a very, very well presented, good class winner right there. Congratulations to you. One in second's got more true body shape right in the center of him. He's probably a shot broader right out of the back of his blade than our class winner. Not as correct up in terms of his front end structure, not quite as unique in terms of the set to his rear leg and his hock there. But young man, you got a good looking calf you've done a good job with. You've done an excellent job presenting him. A little more moderate, a little quicker maturing one here in 3. And if you like him that way, run him up. He's square, he's broader right up out of his shoulder and now down his top line. All those things are good. Even though he's a shot more attractive on the stand in the set to his rear leg, just don't know if there's as much longevity there in terms of how he utilizes his rear hock. Combine that with being a shot quicker and a shot more moderate, and that's why we land up in 3rd. But a very unique calf in terms of having square shape up high, very well presented, good quality animal. 4, 5, 6, do them how you like them. You can do a lot of different things. Once again, this one's got more forearm. He's got more shape to the bottom side of his jaw. Just a shot more market animal shape. Need to soften him in his body. Need to square him out his hip and his rear leg, but just his extra market animal shape, forearm, head shape, back shape. He goes ahead and beats a couple that are probably a little more functional in terms of how they get out and go. Give up a little bit of muscle here. Use one just because I prefer his top line and his hip better than the way he's built there, young lady. He's good looking. He's got some body to him. He just needs to continue to feed and come with some more body and some more muscle, but the basics are good in terms of his top line and his length of hip. Got one comes next that's got more muscle than the one right in front of him. Just fades too much from his hip back into his pin set. Gets a little bit in his hock and not quite as coordinated from behind. Good class. Congratulations to all of you. Good set of shorthorns here. Lots of differences. We're going to bust type and kind here in 1 and 3, and I think if we stay true to just quality of what suits me, that's okay. I don't think we show them in pairs. I don't think they got to look alike, and I'm good with busting that up. No doubt in me. The red calf is our class leader in my mind, pretty logically. Stout-headed, good-looking, big stout forearm. He's the one of the top 3 that everything proportions and fits the right way, and then he's still got more muscle than the one in third, okay? Very broad and dense right out of the back of his blade, square up high, good out through his hip, his length of hip, his posture of his hip is really, really good up high. Maybe he could hinge his hock and actually open it and stick it out behind his tail and drive off of it a shot more correctly, but he still stays genuine, he still stays square. Where he beats the white one that's got more body and got more muscle right behind him, his foot, his bone, his ankle, everything matches a shot better. It makes a shot more sense to me. He proportions a little better. Very good calf right there to go ahead and start. The white one here, I was a little hard on him when we first come in. He is the boldest right in the center of his cage. He's the widest built in terms of right out of the back of his blade. He is the one with the biggest caboose, too, if we get into that. Now, here's the thing with me. We talk about it in my house all the time, feeding a lot of show pigs, and it'll happen sometimes. This one looks like he's feeding out of his bone, if that makes sense. He's got a great big pliable rib cage. He's got a great big broad back. He's got a great big wide pin set. We just got to stouten him from his underline to the ground, okay? Looks like he's a little too frail. At times he wants to get a little pigeon-toed, not quite as coordinated when he comes right at you. I think he needs to also, even for as unique as he is up front, he's got to maintain his comfort level by dumping his nose when we walk, okay? Wish he could throw his pole up above the top of his tail head and cat around with comfort. If he can do that, we can live with this feature. He can maybe win our class. But a good calf right there, young lady. Good life lesson. Don't never quit no matter where you are. It's just like life, showing livestock. Got to stay hooked up from start to finish. Good calf. Here comes in 3, and I love his kind. He suits me better from a proportionality standpoint. Simply put, he just doesn't have enough muscle. He doesn't have enough shape, really, when you get from the point of his blade to the ball on his tail, especially in his lower third of his body. Base of his heart, flank line, stifle, all those things. We got to just intensify him. I love his structure. I love his look, his presentation, spot on. Young lady, you've done an excellent job. Heavy duty one comes next in terms of muscularity. Right here's where it gets us in 4. We get a little rugged on both ends of our skeleton, not quite as comfortable, real soft in terms of our rear leg, and probably for this guy, a little too soft. He needs to be a little more sturdy on it when he sets it down and goes, but he's got all the muscle in the world. Red calf comes next, good square back, good in her body shape. One that's still attractive enough. Need to change him in his hip and his rear leg and how he utilizes it. He, too, gets a little lower tying in terms of where his neck genuinely fits on him. So we can take that combined with our hip and our posture up high. That's how we land here with a good, high-quality, well-presented calf. Then we get into one that's fed good, big-centered, got some muscle, a little too straight on both ends. Need to stouten his bone work up, young lady, to match that big old back he's got and that big old body shape. But you got him broke as good as you can. You've done an awesome job. Congratulations to all of you. Been another good division as we wrap it up. I think we've got a good set of class winners, good set of seconds over there. Run through them real quick. We had a dominant class winner up here out of Class 1. Look, presence, balance, feet and legs, all those were exceptional within that set of them. Now we can bear down and we can talk about we need to open him out of the back of his blade. We need to soften him right in his rib cage, give him just a shot more true dense muscle when we get him behind him. But young man, the basics are very, very good on that one. You keep feeding him kind of cattle like that, they will get better every day you go out and do chores, and that's the upside of having livestock. When we can see that our work pays off, that will be a very, very good project, because every day you feed him, he will continue to get better. Good calf on the other side in terms of his look, in terms of being brought up high, in terms of having some body shape. All those are good. He wasn't quite as attractive in terms of his hip and his rear leg, little guy. But hey, we talked about it when you hit the gate. You put that smile back on. You have fun. We talked about it. We're having fun today, okay? With good calf there in second. Got into the second class. I thought those cattle were good. I thought the one that suited me the best, just in terms of nose to tail quality, proportionality, and one that looks like a market animal, if you will, in terms of head shape, in terms of forearm shape, in terms of broad square back up high. We talked about him. He doesn't have the biggest caboose of that pair out of that class. He's not the most shapely right in the center of his body, and at times we could maybe hinge his hock just a nickel better, but he won that class because he was so good up high on the top side of his skeleton. His head, his forearm, his market animal look, once again, suited me the best. He's our division winner. Very good one over there to be reserved. The young lady with the white one, we talked about him. Good looking, awesome body, tons of shape. He is the stoutest. He's also the most mature. He's also the furthest along. We talked about him. We landed reserve because from his underline to the ground, I wished everything matched a shot better. Very good pair in this division. Awesome set of young people. Congratulations to you. Good class of pluses here. Logical class winner in my mind. One that can combine the right kind of look and balance with some muscularity. Very good in terms of his body shape for the way he's built through his head and his lower jaw. We could stouten him up there, but he still opens good out of the back of his blade. He balances good. Feet and legs are good. Well presented. Good place to start. From there, you can do a lot of different things, and the black one suits me better, especially if you get in front of the cattle and you look right through the base of their chest. He's opened up more. He's got more true width right down there in the base of his chest. Watch the cattle go right away. He's more coordinated. He's got more true width between his hocks. Now, he doesn't strike a pose quite as fast when we get him parked in terms on the side, but I think his width underneath, combined with his body shape, combined with the way he's built through his head and his bottom jaw, that suits me the best in terms of a market animal show. Very good presented one comes in the gold one next. Very high-necked, very good-looking, flat back, square up high. All those things are good. He doesn't balance in his underline like I just couldn't get it to make sense. Base of his chest, he's pretty good to his sheath. From his sheath, his twist sits too far up in the seat of his britches. He just runs too much uphill that way from his sheath back up into his twist. Combine that with coming to us the narrowest and leaving us the narrowest. That's the way I saw him in third. But that young lady brought him to town ready to show and did a good job with that. Heavy duty one comes next in old blue. He's got muscle up high, square. Rear leg and hip is what gets us in trouble. Not quite as coordinated right there. I love his muscularity up high. I love his body shape. I love his forearm and the shape to his head. It's right there. We lose our balance when we ask him to go, but a good calf there. From here down, you can do a lot of different things. I like the roan calf next. He's good looking. He's square backed. He's really sharp right up down the top side of his skeleton in terms of his loin edge and just true shape he's got up there. Now gets a little droopier in her hip, and we don't maintain that same look in terms of our posture when we get him parked. Very, very good hip forward in terms of one that looks like he'll feed and does so with a nice look. Good pair right here. Do them how you like them. I pulled them over there. I thought about switching them, and I just kept coming back to the roan calf. Even though he's got more muscle and body, I couldn't quite get his rear leg to make sense. This one's got a little different growth curve, if you will. A little more moderate, a little quicker in his kind. He's a little more upright up front, but I'm more suited with his extra bone, his extra stoutness in his bone column. I'm more excited about his rear leg and the way it works, especially we ask the cattle to go. He's brought up high. Need to yank his tail head down in him, rock him back in his knee, and just blend him together a shot better. But a good calf there. Really good bodied, really square built. Right here is the roan one. We just talked about it. Up in her spine, we dump our pins, and our rear leg's not quite as stable. That's how we get there. We can run him up a couple spots because he's got body, he's got muscle. Just depends on how you prioritize him from there on. Black calf, he comes next because of his stoutness up high, his bone, just his stoutness of feature and stoutness ahead. Looks again like a market animal. He needs more body shape right in the center of him. Need to redesign his rear leg. Young man right here showed a lot of cattle the last 2 days, and we visited with him about it. He's done an awesome job of doing it. My hat's off to you. Best of luck. You bring one to us today that's long bodied. He's long up through his front end, jet level down his top. He's got some width. Runs out of shape when we get into him from the point of his blade back to his tail. Need to redesign his rear leg. But I'll tell you what, you've stayed with it all weekend. Hats off to you. Best of luck going forward. Moderate, easy feeding kinds. Old blue duck here gets up in his spine, runs out of horsepower, and we get right behind him. Good class, great set of young people. Good class right here, very competitive up on the top end. You've got to prioritize them how you like them past our class winner, because I'll tell you what, probably date myself. I stand out here, my mind wanders, and maybe my stress level gets too high or weird or goofy or whatever you want to call it. But this class came in, and I thought, man, these are nice. There's a lot of quality through here, and what I guess I could revert back to my childhood was, this is a whole lot like the Village people. We got one everything out here, and you just got to figure it out. So one thing about me, my filter doesn't work very good. If I'm thinking it's coming out, my wife and everybody tell me I need to be better about that, but hey, I'm too old to change, and that's just the way it is. Class winner wins. That's the logical thing to do. Very, very good calf. Awesome in terms of his width up high. Huge in terms of his pin set. That is a great big caboose with a great rear leg that works the right way. Awesome in terms of just his body shape. For one that's a shot more mature, if you will, in terms of the shape to his head, in terms of the shape to his crest, and the way he's built up there, he's compositionally really, really good. Like, I like that. I kind of dig it because he's got body shape without being as fat as he looks like he needs to be to match his head, if that makes good sense. But we want to pick on him just a shot. He gets just a little open over the top of his blade. I'd love to just make his front paws a little bigger to where he could set back. His knee is really good. His step is good. His feet are just little enough. His heel's just the way it is, and he wants to take his step up on the front side of his toes. We set him back there. Hey, it's lights out, because I can dig that one in terms of combining a good look with some stout feature, good body shape, extra broad and wide up high. Very good class winner right there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you do them how you like them. We talked about it earlier in another division. I'm not going to single trade them. Young lady, your calf needs to be a shot more genuine coming and going in terms of width. After that, that's the second best one in my mind in terms of his head shape, in terms of his look up front, in terms of one that combined that kind of look with some stoutness of forearm, with some squareness up high, and still body balance is good. He's not the softest. He just fits. It all fits. It makes sense. Got to pry him apart coming. Got to fix him just a little in terms of how he uses his hock, but a good calf right there. Heavy duty one comes here in third, and when we ask him to go, he'll pull himself together. Right there's why he's third. We can genuinely tell he's lower tying in terms of his neck. He's got huge extremities. If we're going to make him and exaggerate him to be that big for this guy, he needs to have more shape in the center of his body, and he needs to have a shot more red meat right in the seat of his britches. Okay, he's square up high. He's huge in his bone work. He's got some width. His width is fine. Dent shape when we get into him, not as good as the black one right in front of him. Very, very good calf. Wish he could elevate his neck, walk around with the same balance he does when we get him parked. Good calf here, good close pair. Hip forward, I like this one second best, I'll be honest. Why is he fourth? Hip back, okay? He didn't want to have the best trip, and I hated it. I love the shape to his head. I love his forearm. I love the width out of the back of his blade. I love just how genuine he is. Right in the center of his rib cage and body, and his underlying balance is good. All those things are good. We had to tug on him. It was a bad draw, first one in the ring. The more we pull and tug up here, the more he dumped and deviated in terms of his hip and his rear leg, and we lost our balance. Look, hey, hip forward, he gets broke, ready to show. That'll make a nice fat steer. I love his head. I love his forearm. I love his shape, just the way we needed to do him today in the trip that he had out here. Old Silver's a good calf. He's good looking. He's up-headed. He's square back. A little longer nosed for me. A little longer in terms of the shape to his head. A little more upright in terms of his knee. We get into those cattle. He's a little plainer. Even though he's leveler and squarer than the red one right in front of him, he gets just a little shorter and a little plainer in the posture to his hip. I couldn't ever get his just underline to balance like I wanted it to go ahead and ride that calf up. First glance when he came in, I thought we were one of the best too in the class. I just couldn't ever get off of him and make his underline balance like I needed it to. Good calf comes next. Good body, level down his top, up-headed, attractive. We run out of some bone. We need to change our tail head on that one, young man. Blue is heavy duty in terms of square shape up high. Body shape is good. Little plainer in terms of his head, little plainer in terms of his crest. What really lands us this far down is our rear leg and our rear foot and how we utilize it. Combine that with that that kind of shape to his head, shot more mature look. That's why we get here. Presentation spot on, young lady. Your hair quality is good. You presented him good. Just got to change his rear runners. Just got to make him a little more youthful if we do, or give him a shot more bone to match that head he's got on him. But a good calf there. Old Red's good solid feeding cattle. He's got body. He's got muscle up high. A little lower tine in terms of where his neck sits. A little frailer in terms of his bone work, young man. You've done a good job with him. The yellow calf comes next. He's a little more attractive up front. He's square down his top line. We just run out of shape. Gets a little flatter from the point of his shoulder all the way to the ball on his tail, young lady. Keep feeding him, though. Those kind get better every day. You take feed to them. Good class. Congratulations to all of you. This has been a fun division as we wrap it up right here. We got a good pair of class winners, good pair of seconds. Both of them dominant in terms of how they presented themselves in those class to be on this line. We talk about the yellow paint up front. We need to change the shape of his head and his jaw and just stouten him up for me. But with that, he's deceiving because his rib cage is still good. He's still square out of the back of his blade. He's good in terms of his runners, in terms of feet and legs. He's got a unique look in terms of one to be that tight in his throat latch and that skinny in terms of his neck and still be that good in terms of just sheer body depth. He's not as shapely, but he comes to a skinny. We've covered that. Skinny's not a quality trait. That one's body fits him, fits his maturity. Good second place one over there. The black one, he beat one that was pretty nice in third because of his rib cage and his shape and his added width. All those things are good. He's wanting to be more of a show calf out here, get his top line down and his hip up. That's where he looks his best, young man. You've improved. You've done a great job showing him. Best of luck to you. Then we got into that last class and had lots of challenges minus our class winner. Old Yeller's good calf. We talked about him. Square backed, wide pinned, heavy duty in terms of his bone work, in terms of his runners. He's the most genuine in terms of coming and going. Everything makes sense. We talked about him. Pick on him right up over the top of his blade, change him a shot in his head and just his front feet, if you will. It's flexible. It's doable. He just wants to kind of get up on his toes, but he compensates real good for it in terms of the angle to his shoulder and the set to his knee. Really good black calf over there in terms of his look, his density, his presentation. So it's been a fun division. Once again, try to tell them to you whether they're yours or mine. Here's champion, here's reserve. Good division. Well, once again, another good breed here, another good show, and once again, a lot like the same. Lots of differences, lots of different types and kinds, lots of scatter if you want, and you're good with it. I'm okay with that. Class winner's class winner, pretty logical in my mind. He's the one that can combine a good look with some extra stoutness, bold in the center of his body, square up high, good in terms of his runners as he goes, good in terms of his look, very well presented, good class winner right there. 2, 3, and 4, you do them how you like them, and I guess I'd be hypocritical if the one in second wasn't second for what we've talked about in my ring today, and that's the one he comes to us with not a big hair coat. He's not as tricked out in his look or his bone work, but after that, you bear down on him. You look at the shape to his head. You look at the width out of the back of his blade. You look at how he's the best in terms of his rear leg, his rear foot, and how he plants and drives of the next 3. He's the most genuine in terms of his width and the base of his chest. He's the most genuine as he goes right away from you. I love just the center body shape that guy's got. You bet. He's shorter back than the one right behind him for sure, so his body shape becomes a notch more rounder and good there. But hey, that is a square flat-backed one that's got an awesome rib cage and a rear leg that does not quit in this particular set of them. And you call him plain, you call him frail, I'm good with it. I just love his kind, and if he wasn't second for what I've talked about, I'd be pretty hypocritical. May not be very smart, but I won't be a hypocrite to you guys. Good calf comes here in third, wild looking, good down his top line when we get him on the stand, okay? I wanted that one to be second in this class really bad. Couldn't get his underline to balance as good, couldn't get the posture of his hip and his rear leg to just make sense to me like he needed to. Combine that with being a shot too narrow in terms of really, when you get up in the base of his chest, he needs to be opened up where his front feet hit the ground. He opens a shot too much, if that makes sense, because he's a notch more upright in his knee, if you will. I love the shape to his head. I love his immaturity. I love his squareness up high. For a long-bodied one, that one is still very good right out of the back of his blade and right down his loin edge and things like that. Just couldn't get his body shape to suit me good enough. Couldn't get his underline to balance good enough. Old Red here, if you want to run him second and you want to live with his runners on both ends and the shape to his head, I'm good with it because that is a high-quality calf. Gets a little different in the shape to his head for me comparatively to his body. Gets a nickel upright in terms of his knee. He closes a shot more than you think he does. We ask the cattle to go. The way he sets his rear foot down in his ankle, we deviate too much up in the top side of our skeleton in terms of our spine. If he could just open his toes and get some toe spread in him to where he set it down and drove off of it, where his spine could stay in him, his pins could stay up, logical second place winner. I couldn't get him right there to make sense the way he was up and the way he twisted and set his feet down, but a very, very good calf right there. Good calf comes next, broad back, square up high, long bodied at times. He wants to get a little lower tying in terms of where his neck sits. Needs to be cracked apart in the base of his chest and all the way through, especially when he runs right away from you. Shape up high is good, good feed and look, good kind of bone work in him. Just got to pry him apart. It matches his underpinning width, matches his body shape as he gets a little flatter and harsher there for me, but he does have very unique parts, lots and lots of upside. Of the next cattle, we stripped it down in terms of look and hair quality. This one's very genuine livestock. Big old stout forearm up-headed. His angles are more correct than the hairy two right behind him. I'm going to go ahead and do that and feel good about it when I go home. I like his body shape. I like his usable rear leg. He's a little different in his tail head. He doesn't maybe just come to us with the extra wow factor. He's the most genuine of the next 2 or 3 in terms of his front foot placement, in terms of how he goes away from you. I like his body shape. I just like his shape up high. If the orange one here could utilize his rear leg and we could stouten him from his underline to the ground to match everything else, he can run up a spot or 2. He's good looking. He's good in his body shape. He's square up high. Gets too frail for one built like that up high for me in terms of his foot and his bone work. Just too rigid and spraddled apart in terms of his rear leg going away. Need to collect him back inside his body wall and let him actually hinge his hock and drive off his foot. Really stout, dense built one comes in old silver here. We're going to make them that stout and that husky, that kind of head shape on them. Got to come to me with some more body shape. Gets too flat right in the center of his cage. Just doesn't balance in his underline. Very well presented. Very good in terms of his muscularity. Just got to make his, if you will, got to make the carpet and the drapes and everything in the paint make sense. It didn't on old silver, but he's still good calf right there. Good looking calf here in terms of his front end. All those things are good. He's got bone, gets up in his spine, dumps his pins. We need to change him there. Good square backed one comes here next. Really good in terms of just sheer shape up high. Gets too plain right there in the base of his chest. Gets a little plainer in his throat latch. Not quite as secure in terms of his rear leg. Really muscular one comes in the baldy. Unique in his look up front. Just got to soften him in the center of him. Got to stouten him in terms of his feature. We're going to put that much dense shape in him. Got to make his bone work match it just a shot better for me. Really fundamentally correct feeding calf, young man. You've done a good job with. Like we said, keep carrying feed to him. He'll be easy to feed, low maintenance, just runs out of muscle. Good class right there, very challenging. You like him how you like him. That's the way I saw him today. Good class here, challenging once again. Here's kind of neat up here on the front end. You can dive into them. You can pick your favorite, and if you don't own them, there's 3 of them out here that can win the class, and you can roll with it because they're all 3 high quality. They're all 3 good, and they couldn't be any more different than they are. The one that's just where we've landed all day and we've talked about that matters to me, young lady wins. Good looking. He's the one that's got more just dense shape in him. When you get into him, he's got more muscle. He's got more back. He's got more true shape down in the seat of his britches, even though he's not as hairy as the one right behind him. The posture of his hip, the posture of his rear leg, and the way he utilizes it is better than the heavy-duty one that's in third. So we combine that with a good look and an awesome rib cage and one that proportions and fits, and his maturity in terms of his body shape and his forerib shape is unmatched, really, comparatively to where he's at in terms of his maturity. It all makes sense. Stand back off of him. His underlying quality is genuinely the best. He comes and opens the best in the base of his chest. He leaves you the widest when he goes. Not dead set perfect in terms of how he sets his rear foot down. He wants to get just a little frailer in the bottom side of his jaw and a little narrower in his nose, I guess, if you will, but a very, very good one that I'm comfortable with. Awesome looking one comes next in terms of length up front, in terms of top line, in terms of the top side of his hip. He is better in terms of his bone work and just stoutness of feature. Here's the thing. He gets to be pretty flexible because we strip some muscle back out of him, but he's still too tentative in terms of how he sets his rear foot down and goes. So if we're going to take a little muscle out of him, I'm good with that if that's the one that needs to win. We just got to make his runners flawless, and I just could never make his rear leg to truly make sense to me. I didn't think his underlying quality was as genuine, and his balance there, I thought we could bust him open in his forerib and the base of his heart. But you talk about a high neck, good look one that's still got a big forearm, got shape up high. All those things are good. Very, very good calf right there. Oh, Yeller, when they first come in, I thought, here's my class winner. Couldn't ever get his hip and his rear leg to just make sense. He never actually pushes off his hind leg when he goes. The only way he takes a long enough step is he has to dump his hip and dump his pin set to make his leg get up far enough and make his step look long enough. Man, if we could just make his hip and his rear leg work like we needed to, I can dive into that one because he's got a great big stout forearm. He's good in his body. He's good in his shape. Extra square up high. By some margin, the stoutest in terms of God-given foot bone column and just stoutness there. I just never could get his hip and his rear leg to actually make sense. If he could actually drive off his rear leg, he's our class winner. So challenging in those 3, that's the way I saw him. Then we end on, young man, you've done an awesome job. Got an attractive calf that's level down his top line, fundamentally pretty correct. As we can all see, we run out of some bone work and some muscle, but you keep feeding him. He's not going to take a lot of feed. You're going to have a nice fat calf when you're done. Best of luck to you. Good class, very challenging. Congratulations to all of you. Good deal. Here as we get our breed division winners, we want to take to the end. Before we get into that, hey, young people, realize what you've done. Okay, you've accomplished something pretty good at a good show, and you've done it at a high level. So if you're headed out after this, if you don't make it, best of luck to you throughout the year. Safe travels as you go home, and make sure you spend some time here in the next coming months to I guess Thanksgiving started, but spend some time to reflect back on just how truly lucky we are as agriculture people to be able to do this. Sometimes we go to these and we don't hit our mark. We set our goals high, and that's okay. That's what agriculture and livestock people are supposed to do. You're supposed to set them high, and then you're supposed to bust your tail every day in the right way to achieve them. Sometimes we don't, and that's okay. I think that's the good Lord's plan. Here's the big key, and we're going to tell you that, and then we're going to get you 5 that are really good to take through to later on today. How we handle falling short of our goals, and how we handle that, and how we handle even achieving our goals is truly, truly what matters, okay? At the end of the day, 10 years from now, I promise you, I tell my kids this all the time, 10 years from now, nobody will remember maybe who judged this show. They might remember how simple the guy was in this ring that judged it, but they won't remember who won it. But my point is, they will always remember how you carried yourself, how you competed, and how you did that, whether it be you and your friends, you and your family, or whatever. So you guys are off to a great start. Truly a great set of young people. It's been fun to go through these divisions. We'll get you 5 in no order. They're going to be good. Like I said, everybody that leaves from here, best of luck, safe travels. Good way to start our market efforts off and to stay right hooked up in terms of taking quality, in terms of look and balance and runners to another drive that'll be good a little later. The Baldy's got to win in my mind. We're going to give up some body shape, and I'm good with that. But you get into them. I don't know if we give up any true shape in the top side of our skeleton in terms of just sheer width of her top, and she balances the best. She's a deeper twisted one than the one in third. She's so much better in terms of her front end and her mobility than the yellow one right behind her. Like I said, we'll give up a little body to start off on some immature market efforts right here. I just think if we're going to stay hooked up in terms of our quality of where we've been and draw that line, I'm good with her body shape because she's square built up high. She's sharp down her loin edge. She's got pin width. Her runners are the best. Her looks the best. Needs to win this class in my mind. Oh, Yeller's got a shot more right in the seat of her britches in terms of just dense muscle shape. The posture of her hips not quite as attractive. Her front end is not quite as attractive as we get into them. I can live with that with her added muscle down low if we could make her feet just a shot better. We got to change her feet to shape to them and let her get out and go. Her toes are awfully long and we never really open them up. They close when we step. We're just timid. We're a little too lethargic maybe as we go. So I think she's a logical second in my mind. If you like them tricked out in terms of just wild look and hair, hey, the black and white one needs to win. Little shorter built, little quicker in her maturity pattern, little plainer in terms of the way she's built in her chest and her throat. Match that with her head. Maybe doesn't all proportion the same to me. Bear down underneath the big old furry hair coat. Watch the cattle go. Not a lot of expression down low. Not a lot of true shape. Her features big. Her presentation's incredible. First glance, you think, hey, that one's loaded and chock full of meat. Watch the cattle come and go. Fore ribs not quite as husky. Seat of her britches not quite as husky. Really good, though, in terms of just what she represents. Good top three, challenging there. Tell you what, underline up the Hereford looking one's as genuine as any. Square broad backed, extra good in terms of her muscle. Wide pin, still attractive enough. Too frail underneath, young man. Need to stouten her feet up. Need to stouten her bone column up. Let her set her rear foot down. I love her width. I love her density. Real good body shape. Looks like a market animal. Just need to change her feature. Silver Baldy comes next. We saw her yesterday. I asked the young man, you showed this one twice. This is cool. But big backed, good bodied, all those things, heavy duty. Need to change her rear ankles in terms of how she goes. Needs to elevate her to the top side of her neck in terms of how she just presents herself. But young man, she's got a lot of bone. She's got a lot of body shape. She fits this setting better than she did the one yesterday. Very, very good one right there. Blue Duck comes next. Underline up. Good, square, broad backed. On the stand, you can run her up a couple more spots. Ask the cattle to go. Not quite as coordinated in her rear leg. Gets a little shorter in her hip, a little more upright in her tail head. But her muscle is good. Her body balance is still good. Still got a nice look. Big bone one comes next. A little quicker, too, in terms of just maturity pattern. Real good in terms of her body shape right in the center of her. She's got a shot more navel. Doesn't balance underneath quite like we need her to. But her bone is good. Her muscularity is good. Growth pattern or growth curve and maturity pattern suits me better on the yellow spotted one that comes next. She's still broad and square up high. Got some muscle shape in her. Need to soften her right in her rib cage. Need to change her in terms of how she steps off her rear leg. Let her drive off her back foot rather than just kind of swing it and get a hitch there in her giddy up. Moderate, big round bodied one comes next. Just gets too jammed together nose to tail. Need to just yank her apart all the way through. Give that one a little more genuine length, but her bone is good. Her body shape is good. Longer bodied one comes next. Shot more maternal, if you will, in terms of her body shape. Shot more maternal in terms of her shoulder and her head, if you will. So ultimately we run out of a little bit of muscle and bone work. Good class right there. Congratulations to all of you. Very good class of cattle over here, and challenging because there's one in third that you like very, very good. And in my mind, every day, all day, that's a breeding heifer. So we're going to make them market animals, and we're going to judge them that way. And even though I do think quality from a quality standpoint, hey, that one can ride up a little bit more, and we're going to talk about the one in third just before we get into them. Shape to her head, her bone work, her forearm, her just body shape in the center of her, that is maternal in my mind and not market animal shape. She's a very high-quality animal. We put her in this setting. To me, she needs to be third because that is a good breeding heifer. We're going to use a pair of market animals up in front of them. The painted heifer is the one that suits me the best when we talk about market animals in terms of proportionality, terms of foot, ankle, bone column. Even though she's as hairy-legged as any of them out here, just God-given bone column is good. Her feet are big. She is by some margin the broadest right out of the back of her blade, the squarest down her top line, the most genuine right there in terms of down her top line and out through her hip. Her color pattern runs up there, and at first I thought her hip was a nickel short. Bear down on it. Her hip length is good. Maybe she's not wanting to just kind of cat out here and show 100, but young man's doing a good job with her. Where she wins is, we talked about it, her foot, her bone, her feature, her width of her base of her chest, the way she's built there, match that on the top side of her skeleton, give her a good body shape like she's got and balance. That one's the one that suits me the best. If we're going to call them market heifers and judge them that way, that's where we got to land for my mind today. Good job, young man. Good heifer right there to start. One here in second, she beats a very good one right behind her just in quality stock because she's got more market animal look. Shape to her jaw, the stoutness of her forearm, the way she comes out of the back of her blade in terms of dense market animal shape on the top side of her skeleton is very, very good. She's good in terms of her hip and the posture of her hip, her rear leg. Maybe takes a nickel shorter step, and we do a good job of holding her back so she don't just want to go. Man, I wanted to tell you, just let her go. I want to see her go, but we watched, and she don't need to just go, does she? It's all good. I got it. Square back, good up high, awesome in her body shape. She beats a very high-quality animal behind her because she looks like a market animal. Second in this class, congratulations to you. I love the silver one, and if we're just quality sorting, hey, she's probably winning the class in my mind on a quality sort. We are showing market animals, not to be repetitive, just to shop to maternal, nose to tail, if you ask me. Very, very good in her structure, awesome in her look, very attractive, very good right in the center of her body. Awesome. We talked about her at some length there yesterday. Good looking. Everything's good. Just need to stouten her bone column up, give her bigger paws, need to change the shape maybe to her shoulder, her forearm, just stouten that thing. Trim her body shape up and make it a little more terminal than maternal, but a very, very good one there in third. Big heavy-duty, big bone one comes next. If you like that, run her up. She's hairy-legged, got big paws. That all's good. A little plainer in the shape to her head, little plainer on the top side of her crest. To be that built that way in the top side of her head and her crest and her neck needs to open better out of the back of her blade. She gets a little flatter in her forerib, little flatter right through her body, little flatter right in the seat of her britches. But a good heifer right there. The black heifer is very, very good in terms of being functional, in terms of flexible. All that's good. She's square built up high, runs out of body shape too, wants to elevate her tail head and throws our balance off in terms of her hip and her rear leg. Really, really good one here in terms of just genuine build, forerib back. I can get into this one. Square up high, awesome rib cage, great hip, great rear leg. Better posture of her hip and rear leg. The one right in front of her just simply gets too quick in her maturity pattern. Take her body shape, take her composition, take it to her head and her maturity. Just a nickel too quick for my liking to run her any higher in this class, but that is a high-quality animal that's very unique in terms of her build. Oh, Yeller's very, very good. Underline up, broad square backed, really wide pinned. Needs to get a little better in her step. Needs to be stouter, underline down. Good animal right here comes next. A little bit like like the one we landed in third. I deem her breeding cattle all day, every day. The shape to her head, the way she's built through her shoulder and her forerib, we still get her in here. Wants to get up in her spine, wants to dump her pins and not be as coordinated there. Absolutely presented very, very well. If we can just keep shoving her back down and her pins come up, we can ride her up a couple spots. Gets just a shot frailer in terms of her God-given bone quality too, but a good heifer there. Really good one in terms of body and squareness up high. His old silver, really broad and square up on the top side of her skeleton. Need to make her match from her underline to the ground. Runs out of bone, runs out of foot to match that great big old back she's got, but a good heifer there. Little more moderate kind comes next. Big legs, still got some shape up high. We need more body shape. We need to just change her maturity pattern just a nickel. Then we get into a red one that's heavy duty, square up high. Need to change her hip and her rear leg. Gets a little more mature in terms of in front of her blade, but a good heifer there. Really good heifer to close the class in terms of the white one. Big bodied, square built. Needs to just take a better step and go better, maintain some more balance. That was a very, very high quality class. Congratulations to all of you. good way to end our market effort show, and I think tons of quality within here, and kind of just like Brandon said, it's challenging to draw your lines where you need to and do them how you need to, and it's very subjective, maybe in terms of what where you put them here or there, but nonetheless, we're going to land on a pair of good quality cattle, and maybe like we said, if we're doing them in a setting yesterday, maybe I flip my top pair. If we're doing them in a market animal show, this is the way I need to do them. The black one suits me. That's the one that looks like a market animal in terms of her head, in terms of her forearm, in terms of her stoutness of bone and her feature, especially when you take these cattle, and I'm not a big projector. I don't want to project them. I don't want to bet on anybody that was against anybody that was third, or you don't know what they are. You don't know your endpoints. You don't know the care they're going to get. So I'm not going to project them. I've always told my kids that. You ever get the opportunity to do this, don't stand on that mountain and try and tell them which one's going to be better in the August. Just use them quality nose to tail on what they're supposed to be that day. I think that's pretty logical for me to use a black one when I do that, and here's why. When we talk about taking these cattle to a market animal weight, her rib cage, her body, her forearm is going to make sense as a market animal, okay? She's very square up high. She's good in terms of her pin set, heavy duty in terms of her bone work. You bet. In this setting, she suits me the best. We all know how well I like that one. This one suits me best if we're going to show them as a market animal. I think her body shape stays more terminal, if you will. I think the top side of her skeleton reads more terminal, more meat animal shape, and that's the way she suits me. I love a lot of things the white one represents. Awesome rib cage, really, really good in terms of her look, really good in terms of just flexibility, and her quality is as good as any. Like we said, read her through her jaw, read her through the point of her shoulder, read her just in terms of the rib cage she's got in her. A little more maternal for me, sets on that fine line. You got to place them how you like them, and I love your heifer, young lady. I think she was better suited yesterday, as we know. You've done an awesome job presenting her. Very, very good heifer right there to be second. 1-0 silver here in third's a lot the same. A little more maternal in her kind, if you will. Shape to her head, the way she's built through her shoulder, the way her body shape is. She's just a little more maternal in her kind. Her muscle pattern's a little longer and smoother and laid on her that way, but she's still square and dense up high. Really good there. Gets a little flatter in her body shape. Gets a little frailer in her bone work, but young man, that's a very, very high quality animal you presented to the highest level. The blue one that comes next, one that's really good in terms of her foot and her bone work, square up high, one that's really long and extended up front, not as coordinated in terms of her rear foot. Now she sets it down, doesn't balance in her underline, navel back up into her flank. But young lady, very, very high quality animal. You've done an incredible job with. That one, as she feeds, will go on and continue to just get huskier, and she does that. She'll get better every day of her life. Needs to set her rear ankle down her foot and go a little better. The orange one comes next. Great big body, really square up high, still attractive enough. She needs changed on her rear leg and how she sets her foot down, change her in her hock and how she utilizes it. Heavy duty comes next in terms of just sheer width up high. Wants to wad up when we ask her to go. Gets up in her spine, a little shorter in her step. Young man's got one here. It's got lots of muscle, lots of squareness up high, a little lower tying in terms of where her neck attaches, a little deeper down in the base of her chest. But a good heifer there. Heavy duty one in terms of bone and muscle, comes in the paint. Really, really square up high. Good in terms of just her center body shape. Underline doesn't balance quite as good for me. Gets a little deeper in her chest, a little plainer up to her front end. Young man's got a moderate one that's got tons of body shape. Gets a little plainer in terms of underline quality. Wants to elevate her tail head a shot more than we need. That was an excellent class of cattle. Great set of young people. Good way to end our market effort show. Very good in terms of the quality up on the front end. Once again, lots of differences in terms of type and kind and maturity and priorities where you had to lay them and live by them, and that's all good. That's the cool thing about showing them. We can all agree, disagree, and all that. And the coolest thing about it is, hey, we're all going to the same place. We're trying to do the same thing, and we can all be buddies when we get to the end of it. We started with the challenging class up front. We gave up some body shape in terms of just sheer center body and used one that I thought was better built and better and stouter in her bone work and more genuine in terms of her underpinning width, even though she wasn't as tricked out as a couple others or wasn't as hairy as a couple others. I thought her shape up high still read good. I thought her head read good. I thought she still had enough width in the base of her chest. We get her out here. We do need to soften her up a shot in terms of her body, but feet and legs are good. Her bone work is good. Really, really good one. Won that class. Good solid yellow heifer over there to be second. Then we got into to a middle class where we had a challenging top three, and we just dug our heels in and called them market animals, and the painted one wins, and lots and lots of quality in that one in terms of a market animal. She's unmatched in terms of one that's so broad and square right out of the back of her blade and so dense in terms of just the sheer shape she has in the top side of her skeleton. She reads very correct in terms of all her angles and proportionally runs the right direction in terms of hip up to the top of her blade. Still attractive. Her neck's attached up high. Great big rear leg on that one. Not dead set perfect in terms of her rear feet. We could change the shape of her head and especially the bridge of her nose, if you will, in terms of making a market animal. But you talk about one that's unmatched in terms of just squareness up high, in terms of how that one comes out of the back of her blade. It has the right kind of body shape in her, in my mind. Still so unique in terms of her look down into the base of her chest. Just a good one that won that class. Challenging 2 and 3, but we landed on one that suits me very good when we bring her back out here in terms of just her market animal shape and her stoutness of feature and head. A good pair out of that class. Then we got into the last class, and we just talked about them. The black heifer, I like her. That one's stout. That one's square underneath and looks like one like we just talked about. Looks like her body cavity is right on to get to a heavy weight and make a market animal. Even though we could balance her a shot better in her underline, forerib back into her flank, we could set that in her just a shot different if we would. Maybe one that at times, for all the extras she has, and I'm way in on that one, at times she progressively wants to run downhill just a freckle. If we could just elevate her at the top of her blade, that thing then I think would be lights out when we talk about market animals. So I think it's very, very close out here. That white one, we talk about her real quick. Very, very good over there that was second. We talked about a young lady. That's a high quality animal, maybe just dressed up in a different costume party today, but a very, very good one over there. Just didn't fit what I thought what I was doing today. But I think it gets really, really close out here between a pair of them. I think they're really good. I think the differences are one of them's a shot more genuine right out of the back of her blade. One's just a shot stouter when you get right up on the top side of her skeleton. One of them, I just love her, just her head shape, her look, her forearm. So it gets really, really close to me. I think they're both high quality. Paint's your champion. Black one's reserve. Very, very good division. Congratulations to you. Good way to start our cross show here. Brocco suits me the best just in terms of his stoutness of bone, his feature, still good looking up front, still in this particular set of them as good as any in terms of his muscle shape up high, his body shape is good. We could change him a nickel in terms of length of hip, in terms of underlying balance, but stoutness of bone, good looking, good calf to start. One here in second, really attractive and really unique in terms of his look up front. Need to change his rear legs as he goes. He gets a little high twisted. Maybe doesn't quite stay as coordinated. Just need to stouten him, but his look is good. He's square up high. His body's good. Very good job to you, young lady. Really attractive up-headed black one that's got tons of presence. Comes next, good up there in the top side of his skeleton in terms of having some muscle. Gets a little frailer in terms of his bone work, a little flatter in his body. Young lady comes next with one that's got more bone, got more body shape. Gets two upright up front in terms of his structure and his front knee. Need to change him in his chest as well. Then we get into a calf that's got some round body shape to him, got some muscularity. We need to change his rear legs and make that one go better. The young lady comes next, square out to her hip, then the one right in front of him. You like that. His length of hip is a shot better. He's still square up high. He, too, needs a different set of rear runners as he goes. He just gets a little frailer as well. Then we get a moderate, big bone kind of calf that's got body shape right in the center of him. Just gets too short in his rump, and we need to change his rear leg. The Hereford looking calf, long bodied, probably better in terms of his maturity pattern. We just run out of true shape and bone. Young man's got one that's very fundamentally correct, good bodied kind of calf, a lot the same. We just need to stouten him in terms of foot and bone and muscle. Good class, good way to get started. Good class here. Logical up on the top end in my mind, and first and second. After that, you've got some shuffle. Figure out how you need it. Young lady suits me the best, just in terms of what we talked about. Very genuine in terms of having some width. He's got more width in the terms of the base of his chest than the one right behind him. He's stouter in his forearm. He's stouter just in terms of his muscle shape to his head, and the length of his nose is a shot better, in my opinion. Still really good out through his hip. I'm not going to tell you he's absolutely flawless in his rear leg structure. He could grab a gear and open his hock and flex and push, and then we could really dive into him, because I love his stoutness of bone. I love his muscularity. I just love his shape in terms of his body matching his bone work, his muscle, his head shape. Everything makes sense. We get back off the cattle. He balances a shot better in his underline than the one we got in second. Good place to start. This one here in second, young lady, before we get into your calf, I want to tell you something. You hit that gate doing 98. You came by yourself all the way down here. You landed down here on the end. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you. You show up to school, you show up to church, you show up to your first job, your last job, and every sporting event, everything you do, you show up with that kind of intensity and that kind of poise out of the gate. And I'm going to tell you what, you're going to have an awesome life ahead of you, because that right there was pretty special to watch, pretty unmatched in just the want to go ahead and do that, okay? Awesome work there. Now let's talk about your calf. Awesome looking in terms of his presence up front. Really good right in the center of his body. Square up high. Good in terms of his structure. He's the better structured one of the top pair. Gets a little longer, narrower in his face and his jaw. Not as stout there, and it kind of tells the story from there back. He wants to fade just a shot more from his hip back into his pin set. Doesn't balance his underline quite as good as our class winner. Very good in terms of his look. Very good in terms of his mobility. You've done an awesome job. Best of luck to you. 3, 4, and 5, you can do a lot of things. I like this one, stoutness of bone and stoutness of feature. A little forward in his knee, needs to be softer right in the center of him. He's got a good back leg when he wants to use it, and he wants to walk. It's pretty solid there. He's still got a nice look there. For as stout as he is everywhere, just need to soften him right in the center of his body. Then we get into a good pair that's really, really close. And I think the young lady edges him out just a little in terms of how broad and dense he is right up over his back. He's bolder right out of the back of his blade. He's wider in his pin set than the one right behind him. He's still good in his body shape. Not quite 100 in terms of his rear leg. We could change him there, lengthen his step, let him utilize it a little better, but I don't know if the one right behind him does it any better, and that one's got more true dense shape. This one's better haired, and he comes to us maybe a shot further along in terms of his presentation. Up-headed, unique, round-bodied, fades a little too much for me when you get right into the top side of his skeleton. Combine that with being in at his hock and out at his foot. Very, very close pair there. The red calf square up high, really good in terms of having some shape. A little lower tying in terms of where his neck attaches. He doesn't balance the same from his sheath back up into his flank. Young man, you've done a good job with him. Really solid kind of cattle in terms of combining rib shape and muscularity comes next. Just gets a little too frail in terms of his bone work. Wants to get up in his spine and dump his pin set when we ask him to go. Not quite that same look of balance. Then we get into one that's long-bodied and up-headed. Just needs more true shape, blade back. The baldy's got more shape. He's got more bone. Need to change his tail head. Need to change him in the base of his chest. Young lady's got a white one that's long-bodied, extended, level down his top line, flexible as he goes. Just flattens up too much. Needs more true body shape. Congratulations to you. Good class here. Very challenging on the top pair because both of them have their strengths. Both of them have their weaknesses, and you're back and forth. One of them's maturity pattern suits you better. One of them's bone and structure and just the way he goes, even though he's not dead set perfect, suits you better. So you got to make those decisions within yourself. Ultimately, old Silver's the one that suits me. He's a little lower neck than I probably would tie on to, and at times he wants to get up in his spine a shot more than we deem ideal. But after that one is broad and square up high. He's the wider built one of the pair. He's maybe not as dense as the Baldy right behind him. That Baldy is very, very dense in terms of his muscle content. So you go back and forth. I can accept his look because he's good down at the base of his chest. His breastplate's elevated up in him. I think as we get to him, he proportions a shot better. He's got a big rib cage. He's got a big back. He's got big width. His feet, his ankle, his bone work all match that a shot better than the wild-looking one that stands behind him. You bet. We could rock him back in his knee, raise his neck set up on the top side of his neck, and, hey, then we got us a lights-out class winner. But I think he's the one that suits me the best in a very, very close pair. Both of them very well presented. I love this Baldy, and on the stand, I'll tell you what, underline up, that is my speed. Stout-headed, skinny-necked, broad up high, square-backed, awesome in terms of just the sheer shape. He's not as wide as wide-bodied or wide-built as the one right in front of him, but that is dense, God-given muscle that's in that calf, and I like it. His underlying quality is very, very good. He gets a shot frailer in terms of his foot, his ankle, his bone work, and then when we ask the cattle to go, his rear leg. Just wish he had bigger set of feet. I wish he was more comfortable in terms of how he set them down, but that's a very, very high quality pair that's presented absolutely to the hilt. Best of luck to both of you young men. Good job there. This little guy here in third gets the award of the quickest feet because he hung around this ring way better than I would have, and most people that have been out here, I'm sure. Hats off to you, young man. You've hung with a good calf, and your calf's got quality. He's long-necked. He's a little longer back, so he kind of comes to us in a few more pieces, if you will, at this point of his maturity. But his bone work is good. His width is good. His body shape is good. You keep feeding that calf, keep working on him. You're going to have a fun summer with him. Very, very good calf there. A little more moderate kind comes next. Really stout, really square up high. Really good in terms of the set to his rear leg. Gets just a little quicker in his maturity pattern. A little bit jammed together, if you will, but lots and lots of upside there, young lady. You've done a good job presenting him. The red calf's really good from his underline up as well. Body shape is solid. He's square up over his withers there, and he's square down his top line. Length of hip is good. He's really level. His tail head's good. Not quite as coordinated off his rear leg. Just need to soften that one just a shot from an underlying quality standpoint, but a very, very good calf there. A little shorter, quicker doing one comes next. Really good rib cage. Really good in terms of his forearm. Really good in terms of his bone work. Wants to get up in his spine and dump his pins a little bit. Not maintain that same look of balance when we ask him to go is what when she gets him parked. A little longer geared one here comes next. Young man's done a good job with. High-necked, good-looking. Very, very good in terms of his presence. Gets a little frailer in terms of his bone work. Gets a little more upright in terms of his front end. But, young man, you got a good-looking calf. You got his hair looking nice. You've absolutely showed him to a high degree. Congratulations. Best of luck to you. Bigger bone, square built one comes in the Baldy next. He's good up high. Just runs out of body shape for me. He's got great big old rugged bones. He's got a big square back. Just runs out of just good feeding look right in the center of his cage. I wish we could just give him more shape, drop him there in his flank, but you got to admire his squareness and his bone. Young lady's done a good job with a real nice looking one. Really fundamentally correct. Feet and legs are solid. Maybe not the most attractive in terms of how he uses his rear leg, but we land here because we just need more muscle. We need a shot more bone. But, young lady, keep feeding him. That'll be a nice project. Congratulations to all of you. Good class here as we get to the end of this particular division, and I think logically just assembles pretty well in my mind in terms of how they suit me. I like the white one to win, and he wins in terms of his genuine build is so good, but then I love his maturity combined with the body shape that he has and the muscle that he has. It all makes a ton of sense, if that makes sense. He's not the stoutest in terms of just sheer foot and bone work, but it's plenty good. He's good in his joints. He's good as he goes. He's genuine in terms as he comes and goes. Maybe once at times you can catch him. He wants to spin out just a freckle in terms of his front feet, but the black and white one is not just any more genuine there. I just love the look he's got up front, combined out with an immature look, with that kind of rib cage and that kind of spread up high. He's still dense as you look at him down his loin edge. His length of hip is very good. His step is good, very highly presented. Good calf right there to go ahead and win. Calf here in second, really, really good in terms of, he's pretty unique in terms of the way he's built. Great big bones, good feet, big feet on him in terms of comparatively, really broad and square up high in terms of his back. He's the shortest back by some margin, which suits me fine. I'm good with that. Wish he was just a little better right up the top side of his crest. Wish he was a shot more genuine from the point of his shoulder to the ground up front. He's got a good hip, a good rear leg. The thing that's very, very impressive about that calf is that is a wide-built calf when he goes right away from you, and at this point in his life, he still stays true and square. I hope he does that and continues to do that for you, young lady, because going right away is one impressive view of that calf in terms of how his hock and everything sits in there for being out on the edge in terms of where he needs to sit at this point in his life. Hey, and then that was what makes it challenging with the one right behind him. I love his head. I love his look up front, broad and square right down his top line. Rib cage is very good. Just simply needs to be wider coming and going, especially going right away from you. He's flexible. He's soft in terms of his feet. Right there is what gets us to be third. Just too inverted in his hock, too narrow as he drives right away. Three really, really good ones up there, very well presented. Congratulations to all of you. Good calf comes here next in the black one. Good looking, square backed, wants to get his tail head a nickel high, doesn't balance in his underline like those cattle right in front of him, but he's got muscle, young lady. He's got a look that's sure attractive. He's got a good rear leg, good set of calf right there. Then we get into a calf that fundamentally is really good. Feet and legs are good. His look is good. He's got some dense shape up high. He just needs to continue to spread and soften. Just needs more body shape. Everything else is real good there. Then we get into a little more moderate kind. It's really good in terms of his body shape. Still high-necked and attractive. Gets a little shorter in his hip in terms of his length of rump. Not quite as attractive in hip and hind leg, how he uses it. I like his moderation. I like his rib cage next in line. Really attractive up-headed one comes next. He's got some muscularity up high. Just need to soften him right in the center of his body. Let that one continue to do that. Let him set his rear feet down just a shot better, but a really nice look, really a good calf there as well. Young man's done a good job with the calf. This is good in terms of length of body. He's got some square shape up high. Fades too much from his hip back into his pin set. Young man wants to just get too narrow behind. Really good class right there. Congratulations to all of you. Good division here as we wrap up the first one. We started with a good pair up there with the painted ones. They combined a nice look with some bone and some muscularity. We talked about those in that class. They represented quality. Then we got into a good pair in class 2 in terms of the one we could land on was extra stout and heavy duty in terms of shape up high, in terms of stoutness of bone. Got the right kind of head in terms of being a shot stouter than the young ladies that was over there in second. We get him back out here. He really represents quality out of that class. We talked about him. I'd love to hinge him a nickel different in terms of the top side of his hip and let his rear hock just get out and go and scoot a little better, maybe, if you will. But very, very good calf in terms of combining a good look with muscularity. Young lady that was in second, we talked about her. She hit the gate doing 98, ran to the end, and I appreciate that. That's a good calf in terms of look and balance and just structure is good. We ran out of a little bit of horsepower there in that particular class to go any higher. Then we got into a good pair where old Silver won, and he won just because his comfort level of his spine and his hip and his rear leg. We get him back out here. All those things are good. Gets a little lower tying in terms of where his neck sets. Gets just a little quicker in terms of his maturity pattern. That was the big advantage with the Bronco over there that was second. I loved his maturity. I loved his extension up front. Just didn't handle his rear feet quite good enough. Needed to be stouter in his bone work, but a good calf there. That was a good fun pair to get into. Then we got into that last class. We had 3 really nice ones up on the front end, and we just talked about the white one that wins. Very, very unique, and I guess in my mind he's unique because he does everything he does immaturely, okay? He looks like a D1 prospect show calf in my mind. In terms of his maturity, he's way more immature than the one that was second to him. He's still very unique in his look up front. He's still very good in terms of proportionally how his body sets in him. I love his muscle shape. I love his just sheer shape and density. He's still plenty mobile as we get him to go. We talked about the black and white one over there that was second. Very, very unique in a different area. He's probably a shot more mature, if you will. Gets just a shot plainer up his crest. We could change that, but he does have one impressive view. It's when he goes right away from you that's kind of unmatched. So it's been a good division here, but better than that, it's been an awesome competitive set of young people out here doing an awesome job. My hat's off to you. We're early in the year. We're early in the season. I genuinely mean it. Best of luck to each and every one of you. 2 out of the last class are my personal favorites. Good class here, very competitive up on the top end. Tons and tons of quality and differences within that. I think once we kind of bear down on him, the paint suits me the best. He's the most genuine, as we've talked for 2 days. He's the most genuine in terms of base of his chest, the width he has down low, the width he has coming and going. He combines that with being the most comfortable in his spine. He's longer in his hip than the one right behind him. He's more collected and genuine when we ask the cattle to go. And of the pair, he's by some margin the one that can elevate his head carriage way up above the top of his blade and motor around with comfort. Now, he lacks some leg hair if you want to bear down on it compared to the one right behind him. You question just how all that proportions. You get right into him. It suits me plenty good. I like his just genuine build. I think he's very, very genuine kind of livestock. I love just the center body shape, the head shape, and just so much of this one. If we could go from our underline up, broad back, great up over his withers, really good down his top line in terms of on the stand, in terms of having some muscle to it. Wants to get a little shorter in his hip and just a little awkward there. When the cattle come, he's by some margin a shot closed up in terms of the base of his chest, in terms of where he goes right away. Wish we could change that, but I love his unique look up front, his round body shape combined with big square set of withers in him and good top line. All those things are good. Just need to make him a little wider underneath, need to make his hip just a nickel longer and let the posture of it be a shot better, but a very good pair up on the top end. This one here in third's heavy duty in terms of just bone, foot, stoutness. He's unmatched. Really good in terms of his body shape right in the center of him. He's better in terms of length of his hip than the one right in front of him. Here's where this one gets to be third. For all that feature he's got, all that bone work, the way he's built up through his front end, right out of the back of his blade, I don't see near as much shape. He just gets a little general right there in terms of the way he's built. He's got a great big hip on him. It doesn't go all the way to the top of his blade in my mind to go ahead and balance in proportion like I think it needs to with the extra bone work that he has. Old Silver comes next. Really attractive. He's neater looking than the one right in front of him on the stand. High necked, good looking. His body balance is good. He's just had to his trip out here. He's too rigid in his top line. He never has just relaxed and let his spine set down in him. The shape of his rear hock and the way he uses his rear leg just a nickel awkward, but he never has just let his spine settle down in him in the trip he had out here. But a very, very high quality calf with very unique parts and pieces. Skinny's the next one, but he's really, really good. He's up-headed, he's attractive, he's got the right kind of head shape to feed, young man. Feet and legs are impeccable. That one just needs feed. All you need to do is feed him, add a little water when he's thirsty, and he'll get better every day of his life. Everything is good. The basics are good. He's got a unique look. We just give up too much body shape right out here today. O'Gray is really, really good in terms of combining a good look on the stand with some muscularity up high. Need to just change his rear runners. He's too short stepping, wants to wad up his top line. We lose too much balance when we ask him to go. When she gets him locked on here in a minute, his top settles down. Tons and tons of upside there. Just got to change him in terms of his mobility and keep that balance with us. The Brockle's really up-headed, really attractive. He's got some muscle. Gets too round out of his hip, too low in terms of where his pin set is. Not quite as coordinated off his rear leg. More moderate. One comes next. Big centered. Just need to change him a little bit in his growth curve. Make that one a little more extended up front. But he's flexible. He's got body shape. Young lady comes with one that's got some extra bone and extension. Just need to give that one more true shape all the way through. Soften him right in the middle of his body. The orange one comes next. He's got more body. He's got more shape right there. Gets a little plainer in the shape to his hip. A little frailer in terms of his bone work. But young lady, you've done a good job presenting your calf. Good class there. Congratulations. Good class here. Challenging, I think, as we get into the top end, and I think there's one that needs to win in my mind just because we don't have to make a lot of excuses for him. He's not just dead set perfect, but very in this particular class, he's the one that can combine a fat steer kind of look to him in terms of feed and look up front, in terms of having some stoutness of forearm and still having some muscle. His body balance is as good as any. He's still good in terms out through his hip and in terms of his pin set. Now, I wish we could just make his stout and his rear leg up. I wish he's got plenty of set, and I know that sounds crazy, maybe just a little more than I'd deem ideal. Wish he could just plant that thing and drive forward off of it. Then I would say we got a very, very logical class winner. He's just a little tentative, a little more set there, but a very, very good calf to win this class. 2 and 3 and 4 get really close. Like them how you like them. I like the head shape of the black and white one better. He just blends better down his top line. He opens with a shot more, probably body shape right in the center of him than the one right behind him. But I think it's a wash in terms of their rear leg and their hock. I think they could both be better there. This one, I was a little hard on him. His twist sits a little high up in him. His underline balance wasn't just suiting me, but I think his top line, his upper line balance is better than the one right behind him. He's naturally higher tying. I like his stouter head and the shape to it. Shot better. He sets his rear feet down and stands on them a shot more comfortable, even though we could change him there in his hock. Really unique looking one comes in the little guys here in 3. Attractive up through his front end, square down his back. All those things are good. His bone work is good. The set to his rear leg on the stand is very, very good. At times he just doesn't want to put any weight on him, and it's a little awkward to look at because when he rests one ankle, his rump wants to dump and his pins go down, and we lose a little bit of balance there. I think that's a good calf that's got tons of upside in him going forward. Just needs to continue to open up and feed, and all those things come together. Good calf comes next in terms of one that's stout-headed, one that's broad-backed. All those things are good on that one. Muscularity is not an issue. He doesn't balance quite as good in his underline. Watch the cattle go right away. He wants to just close on both ends. A shot too much for me, but I like his kind. Young lady's done an incredible job presenting him. Little quicker kind comes in old Yeller next. Sappy bodied, square backed, one that's got muscle. Wish his bone work and his feet matched his body shape and his muscularity and his head and his throat. Then we'd maybe be able to accept all that, but I do like his body shape. He needs to set his rear feet down and go just a shot better, but you've done a good job presenting him. Heavy duty one comes just in terms of his extremities, his bone work, is all those things impressive to look at. We're going to make those that big. We got to make the middle part of his body match him a shot better for me. They make him look harsher than what he maybe already is, if you will, in terms of his body shape, but those are great big limbs. We just need to make all that kind of fit together and match just a shot better. Still got a good look. Young lady's done a good job with him. Maybe the deepest muscled calf in the class by some margin in terms of the top of his hip down to his stifle. This gray one is very unique in terms of how his muscularity is laid onto his skeleton. He's short-backed, and for one built that way, still got enough length to hip. Little plainer up front. Maybe doesn't balance quite as good, but there is tons of merit just in terms of the muscle content that guy has in him, and still does it in a smooth enough kind of manner. Wish he just took a longer step and hinged a little better. He's a little too short stepping for me out here. That's why he lands down here, but a very, very good calf right there. Long bodied, good looking, really good rear leg in old Gray right here in terms of how it's built and how he utilizes it. We just got to soften him right in the center of his body. Gets a little too flat from the point of his shoulder all the way through. Just needs to have more true body shape, but a good looking calf with a great rear leg. Uses it the right way. You've done a good job with him. Then we get into a pair of cattle that are very good, very fundamentally correct. We run out of some bone work right here. I like the young ladies. He's a little broader right out of the back of his blade. He's a little tangled up as he goes behind. That's where the young man has an advantage. Probably takes a little longer step. Just wants to get up in his spine while he does it. So good class right there. Congratulations to all you young people. Good class, good way to keep going through this division. Good calf wins. Very, very good in terms of his look and his presence. Combine that with great big limbs that he uses the right way. Very good in terms of the width right there in the base of his chest, and just his underpinning width is very genuine. Awesome in terms of his head shape and just the way he's built up front. Combine that with some extra stoutness of feature. Still square back. Balance is good. Neat thing about that calf is compositionally he's still pretty skinny, but he's still pretty genuine in his forearm, down in the base of his heart. All those things are hooked up the right way. Very well presented. Good calf to go ahead and start. I really like this one in second in terms of his head shape, in terms of his presence, in terms of on the stand. That is a very, very high quality animal in terms of a little shorter face, real got some width between his eyes, stout there, but really unique in terms of his neck, top side of his crest, and down into the base of his chest. Very good in terms of where his neck attaches to be that good in the set to his shoulder and down into his knee. Very, very impressive. He too is skinny, but still has some body shape in the center of him. He opens extremely wide right out of the back of his blade, and width he has down his top line is very, very unique for where he's at in terms of maturity wise. On the stand, everything reads right. When he comes and goes, wish we could just pry him apart a little bit as he goes. Hinge his rear hock just a nickel different. That look right there, hip forward, way, way, way good. Very, very good pair up on the top end. White calf comes third just because his look and his presence, and if a lack of a better way to say it, he's got body, he's got muscle, and he's not messed up anywhere. Feet and legs are correct as he goes. Really attractive up front. He gets a little longer face than I probably prefer, and maybe a little narrow and closes up, and a little funky in his rear feet, but his body cavity is good. His squareness up high is good. He's got pin width. Good calf there. Good calf comes next. She does an awesome job presenting. High neck, good looking. Got a good head up on him. He's square back. He just simply gets too narrow coming and going. Need to crack him apart in the base of his chest. Need to fix him right there in his spine as he goes. But a very, very good calf that'll get better every day we feed him. Young man's got one that's big-bodied and square built up high. Beats a couple that are maybe have some extras just because we stripped it down. That looks like one that can make a market animal someday. He's a little plainer in the base of his chest. His foot, his bone column doesn't quite match his body shape and his muscularity, but I do like just how soft he is right in the center of his cage and how square he is up high. The red one's really, really square up high and good down his top line. Wish his bone work and his foot match that just as well. A lot like the one right in front of him. He just gets a little deeper in terms of where his chest falls out of him. A little plainer in terms of his throat latch. Very, very good, though, in terms of muscularity and being square built. Heavy duty one comes in old Socks next here. He's got a great big back. He's got big old limbs, and all those things are very, very impressive. They don't all tie together. A little rigid on his rear ankle, a little high in terms of his tail head. Wants to get just a nickel up right up front, but that calf does have body. He's got shape. He's got a shot of extra bone as well. Then we get into one hip forward's pretty nice cattle. Good shape to his head, attractive, good down through the base of his chest. His maturity fits me better than the ones right in front of him. Just simply got to settle his spine in him and fix him out his hip. He just wants to get a little shorter in his hip, a little dumpier there when we ask him to stop. Then we gotta fix it when we move because he dumps his pins and raises his spine. We just need to change that, make his balance come a little better. Real good looking one comes next, really attractive. Need to square him up as well out his hip and just stout him and change him in his rear leg. Good class right there. Congratulations to all of you. Good class right here. Lots of variation down through there. We walked them all as we got them lined up just to make sure they suited me. And sometimes, well, we'll take a minute. And if we haven't figured out by now, every placing in this particular class, will speak for both of us, matters. So that's why we'll take a little time, maybe down either end. There's not one end that's more important. We got to keep going with one end, but there's not any vast difference of importance on which end you're standing. We're going to try and do it the best we can. Good calf wins, good calf second, very good calf third. You just got to pick the priorities you like and line them up that way. I think the one up front, in my mind, he's better looking. He's more genuine in terms of from the base of his chest to the ground, in terms of front knee, front foot, the way that one's built right in the base of his chest to the ground. I think he's more genuine than the heavy-duty one that stands in second. I think the top side of his skeleton, even though it's not as broad and his body shape doesn't look as husky as what the one in second does, I think his top line and just his comfort up there is better. It suits me better. He's good in terms of his hip, his rear leg. I'm not going to tell you we couldn't elevate him a shot at the top of his blade and give him a shot more body shape, especially when we got a big heavy-duty yellow one standing behind him. I like his head shape. I like how genuine he is in terms of the base of his chest, in terms of when they go right away. That's a big pinned one that's still square up high. I like that calf to go ahead and win. Hey, body shape and type and kind, this one will tell you, hey, he's husky, he's easy feeding, he's a big centered calf that's got tons of quality. With that, still pretty unique in terms of the way he's built on the top side of his crest and the top side of his neck. He's still good in terms of his underlying balance, his hip and his pin width is very, very good. I don't know if he has a distinct advantage in terms of just sheer muscularity over our class winner, even though his body type and kind looks to and appears to be a lot huskier. Where we get to be second is the way we handle our rear feet at the ground, the way we are built up there in the base of our chest, down into to how we stand and where our front feet land. That's why we land in second. I think they're very, very good. They're very fun to get into because they're different, both highly presented. Congratulations, both of you. Yellow Baldy or Silver Baldy comes next, really unique in terms of his look and his presence up front. If we could ever just get that one's spine to settle down in him and his pins to elevate enough, hey, we can talk ourselves into maybe that one rides up a little bit. He's very unique in some parts, very juvenile, very immature and unique in terms of his neck, the way he's built there. He opens as good right in the center of his body as any of those three do, genuinely. When he stands right there, hey, I can almost get behind him and that be our class winner. Problem is, that's not the same look we have when we ask him to go, young man. If he could maintain that look right there of balance when we ask him to go out across here, hey, you might be winning this class. But I'll tell you what, those are three very, very good animals right there. Be proud to have one. Be proud for the job you've done. One here in 4, this is just good solid stock. He's got a good look. He's broad backed up high. He's got width. His body shape is good. His runners are plenty flexible. Going to get a lot better with time. Good calf there. Really attractive, really square built one here. He beats a yellow one that's softer in terms of his body shape just because he's more genuine underneath. He's square in the base of his chest. He's wider going away. He's bigger in his ankle. He's bigger in his foot, and he sets it down and goes better off of it, even though his underlying quality doesn't balance quite as good as the yellow one, and his rib cage isn't as good. I like his presence. I like his squareness up high. I like how genuine that one is to go ahead and be there. Yellow one is very, very good in terms of his presentation, in terms of his body shape, in terms of one from the back of his blade to the front of his hip is very, very square up there. He's simply got to be wider coming and going. He'll rub his hocks together as he goes right away. We got to pry him apart, give that one more true width underneath, and set his rear foot down just a shot better. But awesome job, young man, presenting them. We moved this one down a few spots. I just couldn't get his underline to balance like we needed to. Sheath back up into flank. He's more genuine coming and going than old Yeller is. Just didn't balance as good underneath. That's why he landed here. The blue one comes next, very square and stout up high, one that is extra good in terms of just strength of top line, levelness of hip, all those things are good. A little more crest on the top side of his neck, a little flatter in terms of his body shape, just a little frailer in terms of his bone work, but he's got muscle. He's well cared for. You've done a good job. Moderate stout bone one comes next. Need to balance his underline a little better, square him up in his hip and his rear leg. We got one that is a little more attractive and squarer in terms of his hip than the one right in front of him. We just gave up too much body shape and muscle for me. Good class, challenging class. Congratulations to all of you. It's been a good division here. It's been a lot of fun. It's been challenging, just like you expect it to be in terms of the cattle up through the front end. When you get into tough classes, that's what makes it fun. But nonetheless, overlook that for a minute. Awesome set of competitive young people doing a good job. My hat's off to all of you. Best of luck going forward. Started with a good class winner up front and his look and his presence, and we talked about him. Maybe gives up a shot of leg hair if you want to get on to it, but he's very, very unique in terms of his look, his body shape. He's still square built up high. He's not the heaviest duty one in terms of foot and bone work or just sheer muscle, but he's very, very good. That was a good second that was over there behind him. Then we got into a good pair in Class 2, or a good class winner, challenging after that. I thought Class 2 champion was good just in terms of his look, in terms of his shape to his head, in terms of his forearm shape, in terms of one that has some body to him. He's got some width, and on one we talked about, he's very, very soft, and it's where you want to kind of think they ought to be. He's very soft in terms of his rear leg and how he utilizes it. I think for a market animal, it'd suit me better if we could just stouten it up just a shot and maybe him drive off of it. But very unique in his look up front. Very bulletproof in terms of just being fault-free livestock that contains that does that while having a good look and good balance. Good black and white one over there that was second. We talked about him in that division. Then we got into a good pair of them here in Class 3, and dominant winner in my mind. I thought the painted one was very, very good, very unique. Starts at his head when he crawled in the ring there. Shape to his head is awesome. His neck is good. He's still genuine underneath. He's got width. He's cracked apart in terms of the base of his chest all the way through. He's got great big limbs, and he uses them plenty good. Very, very good that way. We talked about him. I love him, and just in terms of how he represents what he does, combining look, muscularity, still having body, and he still does it. I'm not going to tell he's youthful. I'm not going to tell you that he's extremely youthful. He does it in a very, very good spot for his composition and where he's at weight-wise. I think there's tons and tons of upside left in that one. That's where I like that one. I love that one. It was second to him, just his type and kind, what he represents. Stout-headed, high-necked, broad-backed. We talked about him. We think we're going to get him in the mix. He's got to be squared up in his rear hock as he goes. He's got to hinge it a little better. I love his just body shape and his stoutness of skull, the way he's built in the top side of his body, awesomely presented. Then we got into the last class. It was challenging. We had the silver one up here, good looking, broad back, square built up high, still good right in the center of his cage. Comes to us a shot skinnier, if you will, but everything's in check. A wide pinned one. I love just how genuine and true he is on the top side of his skeleton. Combine that with still being neat enough up front. He gets a little older and a little plainer in his head. You can change him there. You can give him a shot more shape right in the center of his cage as well. Big heavy duty yellow one that was second. So I think it's really, really good. I think there's a straightforward champion's old paint. He's our champion in this particular division. I think for reserve, we could do some different things between three of them. I think class 2, if he's got enough true, dense muscle down in the seat of his britches and right in the center of his back, he can be our reserve. Young lady that was second to him, if that one was pried apart as he goes, he could be reserve. His look and his head shape is crazy. And then you got the silver one that won the last class, and if he's just truly got enough shape right in the center of him to match his head in proportion as good as maybe we need him to, hey, he can be reserve. So really, really challenging to pick a reserve in this division. I think there's lots of good cattle out here. My personal favorite, the one that I think I can tie into, in my mind, young lady was second to him, will be reserve. Give him a big round of applause. Well, I think for as good as this class is, I don't know, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I don't know if there's one that just walks in the gate and says, I got to win, I got to slam dunk it, and there's no question, because there's not. Because if we can, we can go through them all four of these and talk about if this was this one could win the class. If this was this one could. So when we get that all said and all the smoke clears, and I talked about it yesterday, I've talked about it before, I'm not going to single trait your calf. Our calf up front needs to set his rear ankles down. After that, there's not one behind him that's broader up high. There's not one that's that genuine in his body shape. There's not one that's that stout in his feature. His look is still good. There's not one that still opens with that much right out of his hip and his pin set. So I guess when you go back and forth in your mind, or me telling you in my mind, that's the way I see it. Absolutely. We could open him in the base of his chest. He needs to set his rear feet down better. No question about it. There's no elephant in the room. After that, he's the one that I don't have to make a lot of excuses for. Big stout forearm, big and broad up high, width, shape, all those things are good. Unparalleled in terms of just his foot, his bone, his stoutness. We're going to have to live with something. We'll live with that and hope he just settles in. I like that calf to win. One here in second, he can be our class winner if he's a shot more genuine up front and he opens a shot better in his forerib, because that one there has got the right maturity pattern to just have the coals laid to him and get better every day of his life. Standing over here, you have no idea that thing's as broad and square down his top line as he is till you get right up on him. It's when the cattle come right at you, he's just a pinch forward in his knee. He closes just a shot in the base of his chest. I didn't know if his forerib was just genuine enough. Very, very good calf right there. One here in third, really good, unique, broad back, square, good looking. We got a stout in his foot and his ankle to make him match that great big old back he's got. He gets a little shorter in his hip, very unique, a little quicker in his maturity pattern, but still tons of quality. Set to his front end's really good. Need to redesign his rear foot and ankle. The one here in four, really attractive, really broad up high. Hey, if he's good enough from his underline to the ground, he can be our class winner. I love him up on the top side of his skeleton. Unmatched in terms of just strength of top line, length of hip, the way he's assembled in his hip and his tail head, all those things are good. He's quite a bit bigger in his hock than he is at the ground. We need to just proportion that. He wants to get a notch rigid on both ends of his skeleton. His genuine God-given foot size would be the least of those top four. Not that that's all it's about. If his runners were good or a shot better, that can be our class winner, because the top side of his skeleton is very, very good. Good calf comes next. On the stand, you can talk about him in the conversation, young man. He's got a stout head, a big forearm, body shape's good, square up high, simply just too short stepping, okay? He's got to take a longer step. We got to lengthen his hip. Right there, we need to talk about him with those four. Here in a minute when you head to that gate, that's why we're fifth, okay? Very, very good job, very good presentation there. Good solid calf right here. I can move him up a spot if he had more width underneath. He just closes too much in terms of the way he runs right away from you. He's not square enough in his hock. I like his head. I like his body balance. He's square up high. He's attractive. Just runs out of underpinning width when you get into him, but a good calf there. Really nice one on the stand. He's got a good feet and look. He gets here and beats one that's feet and legs are a nickel better because he's got more broad shape up high. He's just got more square shape on the top side of his skeleton. His underlying balance just never came together for me in terms of running him up, but a good calf there. Really, really good calf in terms of look, in terms of presence. Runners are impeccable on this one. He just simply needs feed. He needs to open up with shape. He needs to get more muscle, but a good calf. White one, big centered, got muscle, gets a little plainer built in terms of his front end, his hip and his rear leg. The red calf comes next, jet level down his top, really square, attractive up front. He closes too much behind when they go right away from you. In at his hock, we need to square him up. The red one's got muscle and shape, need to change his back legs in terms of his hock and his joint work, the way he's built. The black one comes next, big body, big bone, just need to balance him a shot better. Really good class there. Congratulations. Good class right here, one that assembles pretty logically. We can kind of mash the gas just a minute and make up for taking a minute ago. Good calf is Oreo here that wins. Good looking, huge bodied, really square up high. Feet and legs are flexible enough. Very, very unique in terms of look he has up front, in terms of just how genuine he is down his top line. Awesome in terms of his hip and his tail set and where that's all assembled, just the posture to his hip. Very, very good. You bet. For me, I could probably stouten the bottom side of his jaw and just widen him right there at his, in terms at the end of his muzzle to where that just blended and made sense. But that's a very, very good calf, very highly presented, lights out good in terms of this particular class. Needs to be our class winner. Full Silver's a good calf, high neck, good looking, stout kind of head on him. He'll feed good, awesome in terms of just his shape down his top line, and one that's a little looser built up there. He gets out and goes really, really good. All those things are good. We put him in this setting. He needs to be second in terms of his bone work, in terms of just his sheer body shape. But young lady, that one will get very, very nice. As you feed him, he's not messed up. He does it with some extras in terms of his look and his muscle. Good calf right there. Dense built one comes here in third. Good looking, still attractive, square up high. One that's got body shape. Underline balance is where we get to be third. We could change him there. Everything else is pretty solid. He's got a good rear leg, utilizes it the right way. Need to just set his tail head in him when he goes, but a good calf there. Close pair right here. We're going to give up just a little bit of quality look for one that's better bodied and square built. That's where the young lady in red comes next. 4 rib back, that's the better kind of cattle that suit me. Good bodied, square built, longer hip, square up high, good rear leg, posture of his hips good. Way too plain in terms of his crest, the way he's built through his head and his chest. That's where we need to change him, but a good calf there. Really attractive right here. This one is better in his front third, one right in front of him. He's got a good rear leg as well. Not as good in the posture to his hip. Doesn't balance in his underline as good, but a very, very good calf that continues to get better as a young lady feeds him. Heavy duty's a orange in terms of just sheer width and muscle. Need to redesign his hip and rear leg when he goes. Wants to get a little out of balance, a little uncoordinated, but he's got all the muscle and all the bone work in the world. Good, just solid, fundamentally correct livestock comes next. Attractive, easy feeding, moderate. We need to intensify him in terms of his body shape and his muscle, but a very good calf there. Good looking calf comes next, a little upright on both ends. Need to soften him, young lady, but you've done a good job with him. Pair of cattle come next that run out of muscle and bone and just balance. Young lady's a shot higher cut ability looking to me in terms of shape he's got up high comparatively to the way he's built up front. We need to change his rear leg, hinge him a lot better. Young man's got more body shape, not as good in terms of just dense muscle up on the top side. Real good class right there. Congratulations to all of you. Good class here. Good way to start as we fire back. In my mind, a good class winner when we talk about combining muscularity with balance and still being good enough looking. One that's very broad up on the top side of his skeleton, square coming out of the back of his blade and right up over his withers. He's unmatched there in terms of just sheer spread. Got a good shape to his head. He's stout right there. Still attractive down the base of his chest. Still really good in terms of the posture of his hip and his rear leg when we get him parked. Get into that one to say, man, we got us one I absolutely love. We need to just let him hinge a little better and let's make him a little more genuine as he goes right away. But that is a very good calf in terms of combining a massive rib cage, still with balance, still with look, and being that broad up on the top side of his skeleton. Good calf right there. Baldy comes next, high necked, good looking, beautiful in terms of just the way that one's built and where his neck attaches, top side of his neck down to the base of his chest. And to be that tidy down there and his breastplate be shoved up in him, he's still got some body shape right in the center of him. Got a soft set of paws. He uses them okay. Just need to stouten him a shot right out of the back of his blade, right in his full rib, down in the base of his heart. Young man, feet will do that one a lot of good. The basics are pretty well covered. His look is very, very unique. His bones are big. Just keep feeding that one. Keep believing in the process because that one will get better every single day you carry feed to him. Just looks a little harsh right in the center of him today. Not quite as much horsepower compared to our class winner, but a good calf right there. 3, 4, 5, do with them what you want. Big broad backed one comes next. Extra special when you just look at how that one comes out of the top side of his shoulder there and right up over his withers. Very, very, very good in terms of just his genuine spread all the way down his top line. Still good in his body shape. His bone work's good. He proportions good. Gets a little rounder on both ends, a little quicker in terms of the shape to his shoulder, the shape to his head. Genuinely ties a little lower in terms of where his neck's attached, but I'm going to tell you that one's about as broad up high as we've seen. Need to redesign him in terms of his hip and his rear leg as well. This one here, I was a little hard on you, young lady, because I thought your calf looked tall, okay? And he is a little tall. We'll just call it what he is. He's got a good feeding head. He's got some forearm to him. He's still square up high. I like that one in terms of where he could go down the road as he continues to feed because the basics are good, okay? First come in, I thought he was just a little tall. Thought he was a little harsh in the center of his body. That's where we need to change him today. He's built very, very good, nose to tail, gets out and goes good. Lots and lots upside there. You've done a good job presenting him. Good calf comes in a little baldy next, and when he was over here on the stand, I thought we could maybe slide him up. Just his hip and his rear leg don't suit me good enough to beat that one that's built so good right in front of you, young man. Big centered, big broad back, still attractive up through the top side of his neck, little plainer at the base of his chest, little plainer in terms of just the shape to his hip, the way he's built there, but that calf's very well presented. You've done a good job with him. Long-bodied, flexible kind of calf comes next. Need to stouten his rear leg, need to balance his underline a little better, young man, but everything's pretty solid. Keep feeding him. He's going to get better for you as well. Another one's a lot the same. Really good in terms of shape to his head. Stoutness of his bone is good. He gets just too flat from the point of his shoulder all the way back, the ball on his tail. Just need more shape right in that guy. His squareness up high is good. Just gets a little too flat, and his forerib and his body gets just a little higher in his twist, so he doesn't balance as good underneath. Oh, Silver comes next, just very practical. Good bodied, feet and legs are functional. Wants to get a little upright in his shoulder, not quite as stout in terms of his rear leg. Young man, that kind of cattle will feed good, and they'll do what you ask him. He's still got a nice look. Done a good job with him. Little stouter one comes next in the baldy, just in terms of sheer shape up high. Gets a little plain in his hip and his rear leg, a little deeper in his chest. Another good class, good way to get going again. Congratulations to all of you. Good class here. This top three challenging, top four just got to strip it down, get back to the basics, I guess, in my mind, and the white calf's the one that can do that. He's the most bulletproof in terms of his runners, even though he's not dead set perfect in his rear leg. His body shape is good. He can still combine a nice look up front in terms of just being attractive enough with good body shape, square up high. Where he excels this particular class is he's the one that's got the best in terms of his width of chest, in terms of his width underpinning, and then he's the most mobile, okay? He's got a little dab of chest. We need to stouten his bone work up to make him match that big old rib cage he's got, and we can do some things that way. But that one's just bulletproof, and at times where maybe there's not another option that's way out there, that we just going to strip it down and get back to the basics, and that's the one that I think's built for the long haul and can go on and do what she needs to. This yellow pair right here behind him are very good, and I think the young ladies, if we could ever get his top line to settle in him and his hip and just deem that one soft enough right in the center of his body, his presentation's incredible and unmatched in this particular set of them. I'm more comfortable with his foot size, the set to his rear foot, even though he's not perfect in terms of up front, in terms of how he motors. I still prefer the set to that one's knee and the way he's built up there. Very, very square up high. Hip forward, I can handle his body shape. I'm good with that because he's good up over his withers. He's got the right kind of head. He's still got some forearm in him. I'm good with that. It's just when we ask him to go, I couldn't ever get his hip and his rear leg to ever make sense and balance good enough. Combine that with his underlying quality being a shot off, I thought he just had to be second in my mind. Very, very good in terms of the upside he's got. We just need to change him in a couple areas, like we said, but you've presented him to a high level. This one right here in 3, really good right in his rib cage, really square up right up over out of his blade, and really, really high necked in terms of where it attaches. Gets a little crestier on the top side of his neck, a little plainer down at the base of his chest, but his problem why we land in 3 is our feet quality and just our ankles and our size of ankles and feet and how we utilize them. If we could just take a fluid step, I could get behind his kind because I like him. He's short-backed. He's got enough length to his hip. His body shape is good. Just need to change how he goes. Good calf comes here in 4, really heavy bone, really good looking. Runs out of shape when we get right into him. Tells that story starts right at the base of his chest. Just closes a little too much there. We run out of true body shape. Feet and legs are good. He's got a good look. He's stout in his feature. Lots and lots of upside there as he continues to feed. Black and white one comes next, really broad up high, really muscular, good in terms of his rib cage, little rounder on both ends of his skeleton, a little upright in terms of his front end. With that, when we ask him to go, we just lose too much balance. His tail head comes up. He wants to get up a little too upright up front, a little too vertical there. Wants to get a little lower tying in his neck, but his muscle and his bone is good. He still balances good. Good calf right there. Change it up just a little and strip her down some more, and we get into just fundamentally a good calf. He runs out of body shape, he runs out of muscle. His growth pattern's on the right track. He's still got a nice look. He's got some forearm shape. He's got some stoutness right out of the back of his blade. That's why he beats a square hipped, better rear-legged one right behind him. I just prefer his squareness up high, his forearm shape to his head in terms of a market animal. Need to square that guy up in his hip and his rear leg, young lady, but you've done a good job with him. One that comes next is square out his hip and rear leg, really square up on the top side of his skeleton. He too gets a little upright on both ends, gets just a shot harsher, if you would, right in the center of his body. Need to make that one a little softer. We get a softer bodied one comes next, just in terms of true rib shape and depth of body. Wants to get up in his spine and dump his pins and not be as coordinated, but you've done a good job with him, young lady. Young man's got one that I can like quite a bit just from his squareness up high and his attractive look. Need to make his rear leg work a little better. He's a little straighter there. He's a little higher twisted, so his underline doesn't come together like we need it to. But a good calf there you've done a good job with. Young man's done a good job with one that's got body shape, one that's fundamentally correct in terms of his mobility. Just gets too plain up front, needs a shot more muscle. Good class. Congratulations to all of you. Good division as we wrap it up here. We started with the challenging class up front, and I like our class winner in terms of what we did there. We had to just accept his rear foot and the way he handled it, but I think he fits this lineup on this side really good in terms of his stoutness of bone, in terms of his unique parts. He's very, very square up high, really good in terms of just sheer pin width. Not the most attractive, but it fits him. Okay, he's heavy duty, he's stout bone, he's got just a little deeper kind of neck. That's okay. If we want to change him just a shot, minus his rear feet, just need to open him up in the center of his rib cage and give him a shot more shape. But a good calf there won that class. I love things about the one that was second over there, and we talked about him. He's one that's got so much upside in terms of feeding him and where he might land. He's unique in his look. He's square in his back. He's good in his hip. His reach and go is very good. Gets a little more upright up front. Gets just a little closed up in the base of his chest. Not quite that extra body right now, but young lady, there's tons upside in that guy. Don't quit feeding him because I put you second, okay? There's lots and lots of good in him. Then we got into a good class. World's Black and White wins that class, and that was a dominant class winner in terms of just what you see. That thing is heavy duty, round cage, unique in his look. Feet and legs are very, very good of this lineup. He's as genuine in terms of his runners as any. Combine that with a great big rib cage and a very genuine top side of his skeleton. His length of hip for the way he's built is very, very unique in my mind. Jet level there. Tailhead sets in him perfect. I like that calf quite a bit. Then we had a silver one that was second to him. We talked about a lot like the one right in front of you, young lady. Just keep feeding him. Runners are good. Look is good. Body is very good in terms of depth. We just needed more shape today, but a good calf there. Then we got into a good class there that was a little challenging when we got back, and the one that was wins, he's just the one that can combine a nice enough look with extra muscularity, okay? That thing is broad-backed and dense in terms of just the shape he has. He's still attractive enough. He's not the wildest necked one. He's not the wildest, craziest chested one either in where that sets, but everything makes sense on that guy. We get into him. He's got a really good set to his rear leg when we park him. I wish we could pry his hocks apart and make him just a shot more genuine as he drives right away, but I like that calf for his rib cage, his just feedability, his squareness up high. Good calf there. really unique was the Baldy over there that was second to him. High tying, crazy looking, just didn't balance quite as good underneath. Then we got into a challenging class in the last one. We stripped it down and just went back home to the basics and used good market animal kind of cattle, and the white one suited me good. Huge bodied, square up high, all those things are good. We get him out here. We maybe don't have that extras in terms of bone or look, but that's a very, very unique kind of calf. Very good looking, well presented one was second to him. We've already talked about where we can make him better. So good division right here. I think it's straightforward. Oreo's our champion. Cowboy right behind him will be reserved. Let's give him a big round of applause. Good set of cattle here. good class over here, challenging. We're kind of out of room, so we're going to leave them parked. I'll tell you how I like them. They're not in that order, and I'll tell you before we get into it, there's parts and pieces every one of these, and at one point I might have had in my mind each one of you winning this class, and that's how challenging it is, because there's so much variation. There's so much different. You just got to strip it down and get back to what suits you, I think, in this particular set of them, because I don't know if there's one that just stamps his foot when he comes in and says, I got to be your class leader, but they're all very, very high quality. So with that said, the white calf starts for me, and I was probably a shot harder on him, because I don't mean this in a bad way, but we've got the tallest young man out here with the most moderate calf, so I picked on him being just a little quicker, if you will, in terms of way he came in. But when you just strip it down, that's the one that's got a fat steer kind of shape to his head. He's still broad and square out of the back of his blade. Very good in terms of his rib cage. I don't know if any of them have a distinct advantage in terms of mobility, but that one stays genuine and square. He'll do some funky things when he gets to going fast and shuffling. I think that's probably more between his ears than it is in his rear legs, but he's genuine. He's got muscle up high. His body shape is good. Like we said, once we got over the initial look of a moderate calf and a big tall guy, me thinking he was a little too quick, hey, then that's the one that suits me the best. Very well presented, good class winner right there. 2, 3, and 4 get really, really close, and I think it gets really hard, and I think you just got to pick your spots. Young lady right here with the black one suits me next best. If he would just blend in his forerib into his shoulder, hey, I can get into that one. I love the posture of his hip. I like his rear leg. He's still, even though he needs to be a shot better in his forerib, I think he's a shot more genuine than the one up front, right out of the back of his blade over his withers. He's still attractive enough. He stays genuine and true when he goes, and how he gets to be second, I think he's genuinely just a shot bigger in his ankle and his bone column than the one that's going to be third. I know he flexes his hock and is a shot more genuine when they run right away from you, so that's why a good calf right there be second. I like this calf here in third, and he's got a nice look up front, and the longer we stand out here, we want to wash out behind our blade, and we just need to be stouter right there, if you will, right out of the back of his blade and right in his forerib. But he's got unique parts. Crazy looking, big legs, square out his hip. Doesn't ever really hinge his leg as good as I'd like him to, young man. But you've got a good calf. You presented very, very good. Congratulations to you. The black and white one is heavy duty in terms of just sheer width, and if you want to get into that, hey, he can be your class leader. Forerib back, I can use him pretty fast. He gets a little open in terms of the base of his chest. He gets a little awkward right there in terms of the way he's built up front. If we could secure that forerib back, he's unmatched in terms of squareness up high, in terms of length of hip, in terms of rear leg, and the posture to it, combined with a really good body balance. All those things are good. Right there is what gets him fourth in terms of his front end and the way he handles it. Very well presented, good calf there. Good solid calf, so silver, just very basic. We run out of some bone and some muscle, but he's built good, he's smooth, he's attractive, he'll feed good, he gets out and goes good. Young lady, lots of good ahead of that one. Just run out of some horsepower in this particular class. Bigger bone, stouter built one comes next. Has to lower his head before he can get comfortable and go. He wants to get a little shorter, a little wider in his step, but very, very good on the stand in terms of his bone work and his stoutness. Done a good job with him, young man. Really heavy-duty black and white one comes next in terms of bone and foot. Got to make his rib cage match his extremities, okay? For me, he's square up high. He's level out his hip. He's got a huge rear leg, and it works the right way. All that's good. Just got to make his rib cage match his bone work, make him proportion a shot better. Black calf's good feeding kind of cattle, good right in the center of his body, gets up in his spine. Underline would never balance right for me, but lots and lots of good in that one. Basics are good. He combines a good look with muscle. Gray calf comes next. Very, very square up high. Very good in terms of the way he's built down his top line. He's still got a nice look to him there. Just runs out of shape right in the center of him. Gets a nickel more tangled up when we ask him to go off both ends. Wants to elevate his tail head. We lose a shot of balance, but he's heavy duty in terms of bone and muscle. Old Red's got good body shape. Still got some width. Need to redesign his hip and his rear leg. Change him in his rear hock. Then we get into young lady's got black one here that's good bodied, square up high, little plainer in terms of his crest and the point of his shoulder. Need to redesign his rear leg and how he goes. Good class. Congratulations to all of you. Good class here, challenging as we get into them. Lots of shuffle and scatter. You like them how you like them. If you're tied to some of them, you can probably think this isn't the way you like them, or maybe it is. But when they hit the gate, there was no question. Silver was, he hit me the best in terms of just the way he's built. He's exactly what I've talked about. I'm not telling you by any means we're winning the show. I don't mean it that way. I'm just saying he represents what I've talked about for 2 days. And what matter. He's very, very genuine in terms of the base of his chest, in terms of when he runs right away from you. He's still got a good look. He looks like a market animal. His body shape, his body balance is very, very good. His length to hip, even though he's not dead set perfect there, his length to hip suits me fine. Very broad right out of the back of his blade. You bet. He's a little softer on his rear leg, and maybe we could just make him just a shot stouter in terms of his bone work, but that is a broad, square back, big square pin set. He's the one that suits me the best. It all makes the most sense. This one here in second, young lady, he's not my speed, and nobody at this show wishes his paws were bigger than I do, okay? I very, very appreciate the unique parts of that calf, even though he's not the kind I typically gravitate to. I love the shape to his head. I love the immaturity in terms of the way he's built up front. That is an awesome look in terms of his neck set, his presence, big old fluffy ears, with a stout kind of noggin on him that suits me very good. He, with that, still has a big forearm. He's hairy-legged, there's no question, but he's got some forearm shape to him, and for one that's immature and comes to us pretty skinny, I like his body shape. He's still got some market animal shape there. He's broad and square up high. I do wish his paws were bigger. I wish we could rock him back on his front feet, set him down on those just a notch more genuine. His width going away is not what you'd think it'd be when you look at him come by you on the side. He maintains squareness, still does it in a right way. Hey, that's not the kind I typically gravitate to. We've talked about it. I'm not going to beat you because he's not my kind. We're going to try and stay in terms of quality and line him up that way. The Bronco-headed one's a good calf. Good looking, square up high. He's got one glitch. It gets him to third, and that's when the cattle go right away. Wish we could true him up and make him a shot more genuine. And in his rear hock, I wish he just opened it and worked it a little better. I, too, like his unique look. I like his body shape. He doesn't genuinely balance his good sheath back up into flank. Twist wants to run up in us just a little. Underline balance wants to go with it. Foot bone's pretty good. Look is good. Squareness up high is good. That's where he lands in third. This one here in fourth, he's as big a hipped and just as shapely through his hip and down into the lower seat of his britches as any of them out here. That's the best look I've had right there, young man. You can stand in front of him at times when he's sitting on his legs and he's dumping his pins. It's not very attractive. We get him right there, then it comes together. He's got a broad back in him. He's got extra shape. Can't make his foot, his bone, and his bone column match that big old shape he's got. He wants to close a shot more than I need him to in the base of his chest, but a good calf there. Heavy duty one comes in terms of his bone work right here next. Long bodied, square up high. We run out of shape going from our hip to the back of our blade, okay? He's got a great big rear leg. He's got a big wide pin set right up over his hip is good. He pinches in his loin. We washes out just a little, and we don't have that same spread there. He's got a unique look in terms of big feature, still soft, still pliable, good kind of calf right there. Calf comes next, a little more moderate in his kind, square back, good round rib cage in him, needs a shot of bone, need to change him on the top side of his crest. I just like his durability and the way he's built. Oh, Silver, we learned a good lesson today. We got him over there, he gathered himself up. We was over here, I just couldn't get him to make sense. That's a good calf. Yeah, once his top line and his hip comes up, he's good in his bone work, he's good up front, his body balance is good, just not quite the same in terms of his quality a look and out through his hip as those others. Red calf's good. He's moderate. He's square up high. He's got body shape. His front end's good. A little different in his tail head. A little different in terms of his hip and his rear leg. Need to change him there, but a good calf as well. Get into a real nice calf here that's got a good look up front. He's got some muscle shape to him. Need to open that one up right out of the back of his shoulder, right in his forerib. He wants to get just a shot upright up front. The painted one one comes next. Good calf. Just need to settle his spine down in him. Let that one go a little more comfortable. Body shape and bone is good. The red one comes next. Just solid livestock. He's got body. He's got squareness up high. Need to redesign his rear leg if we're going to bring him in here in this setting, but a good calf as well. Baldy comes next. Long, up-headed, level down his top line. We need to change him in his hip, his rear leg, just stouten him up. Good class. Very challenging on the top end. Congratulations to all of you. Very good class here. Very good pair up on the top end. I like them both a great deal. There's differences amongst them. Old Red, so broad right out of the back of his blade. So good in terms of just his fat steer look, if you will. Shape of his head, shape of his forearm, the way that thing's built right up over his withers. He's got a great big rear leg. I'm not going to tell you he's just the densest right in the seat of his britches of this particular class, but he's got plenty. He's so genuine coming and going. His underlying balance is good. Here's where he beats that wild-looking one in second. When you watch him go right away, he sets his foot down square, true, opens his toes and shoves it out behind him. That's kind of the deciding factor in a good pair right there. We wanted to make that one just a shot better. He could come to me with a shot more physical feel, if you would, right in the center of his cage and right there in his forerib. I think that's an advantage the black one has because he is a shot better right in the center of his rib cage, but a very good class winner right there. Right here is hard to deny this one. High-necked, good-headed, good in terms of runners and feet and legs, very good down his top line, very good in terms of his hip. Watch the cattle go, and sometimes when we get him parked, his knee is good, his set up front is good. Wants to get just a nickel vertical maybe in his shoulder when he throws his head too high, if you will. Watch the cattle go right away. He's not as genuine. He's not as square and true in terms of how he sets his foot down. He never opens his toes and sets them down, so he takes steps just like that. But a very, very good calf in terms of his look, his stoutness, and his balance. Good calf comes here in third. Little different speed in terms of one that's skinnier, immature, really attractive up front, square down his top line, really good out through his hip and his rear leg. That's how he beats the softer one right behind him. Hip, posture, rear leg, the way he goes. Just need to open that guy up out the back of his shoulder, make him just a shot more genuine when he comes at you. He wants to get a little narrower chested for me. Very, very good calf to be third. Big centered, good bodied calf comes next. Really square up high. Good in terms of how he gets out and goes, young man. Still attractive enough. Little plainer in the base of his chest. Little plainer in terms of his hip, his tail head, and his rear leg when we ask him to go. But a very, very good calf in terms of being short-backed, square up high, good right in the center of him. Good calf right there. It's got lots of upside in him. Good calf comes next. Really good in terms of his foot, his rear leg, and his bone work. Still square up high. Gets a little rounder in the point of his shoulder. Little plainer there with that. A little flatter right through the center of his cage. Just open that guy up. Give him a shot, more true body shape, and then he can maybe run up a spot. Good calf there. Moderate, good-looking one comes next. Square up high, good right in the center of him. Got some width to him. Just doesn't balance as good underneath as those other cattle. Wants to get just a nickel straighter up front. Then we get a longer geared one here comes next. Just sheer body length is very, very good. A little bit to his detriment, if you will. He needs to be stouter right out of the back of his blade and have more true shape there. He's got a big set of paws. He uses them okay in terms of just how he fundamentally goes. Maybe not as attractive in his rear leg. Good square backed one that's got body shape comes next. Need to change that one's hip and rear leg. Redesign him in his hock, but a good calf there as well. The Baldy comes next. A little lower necked. Wants to get up in his spine and dump his pins when he goes, so he loses some balance, but he's got some muscle. He's got some squareness. Good class right there. Good pair up on top end. Congratulations to you. Good class right here as we wrap up this division. I think lots of differences in terms of type and kind, and you got to just find them the way they suit you. The black one suits me the best. We drive home, and tomorrow morning I'm feeding cows in Central Missouri. He's the most memorable to me. If you want to make sense of that, I just love his proportionality in terms of just how everything fits. Nice in his foot matches his bone column, everything matches his maturity. He blends and is assembled as good as any in this particular class. With that, he's the most comfortable as we ask him to go. I'm not going to tell you he's the craziest high-necked one because he's not. I'm not going to tell you he's absolutely just the boldest one in terms of where he's at. But I like his maturity. I like him compositionally. He is dead set genuine. Even though he's not as wide built as a couple behind him, he is square. He is genuine. He comes and goes good. His comfort level to maintain that same look right there, a balance when he cats around the ring, is very, very good to me. I just like that calf, how he fits together. Very good place to start. Yellow one here in second, really, really stout, really good right in the center of his rib cage and his body, really shapely there, really square up high. With that, I don't read his shape to his rear hock quite as genuine and just quite as next level, if you will, as our class winner. I don't know if the posture of his hip right up there in the top side is truly as genuine every time he gets parked. He is higher necked, he is a shot stouter, he is a shot wider built in the base of his chest. You like him how you like him. That's a good pair up here on the top end. Really fun to get into, fun to look at, fun to watch. Good set of cattle, good set of showmen. Very, very unique animal comes here in 3, and boy, if we could make his front end structure good and gather him up, hey, he might be as unique and far-reaching as anything. With that, he gets just a nickel open up front. He gets a little forward and not quite as coordinated. His neck and the way he's built up front, combined with that kind of body shape, that kind of squareness up in the top side of his skeleton, and that much width when you get right in behind him, is absolutely unique, okay? Wish he was a little better in terms of the angle up front. Wish he was just a shot more open to match all that right in the base of his heart, right in his elbow pocket, if you will, just to make all that fit together a shot better. Very, very crazy in his look, crazy in the amount of shape he's got. Still got a nice leg that he utilizes the right way. Awesomely presented. Good calf to be third. One here in fourth, really good looking. He doesn't come quite as far along as the cattle right in front of him for sure. On the stand, I like him. He's good looking. He balances good. He's good down his top line. With that, his hip is good. The posture of his rear leg and hip is good on the stand. We get to fourth because we don't quite balance as good from our sheath back up into our flank, and we don't hinge our hock and keep it quite as genuine as the cattle right in front of him. But that one is built right in terms of his look, his presence, his maturity curve. I like that calf. There's lots of upside there. Best of luck to you. Good calf comes next in terms of sheer shape up high is really good. His bone work is good. Could never get his underline to balance like those cattle right in front of him and give us that same look. I love his horsepower, his density up high. He's good in his bone work. All that's good. Just need to balance that guy a little better, especially when we ask him to go. Good calf comes next. Really moderate, really square back. Wants to run downhill a little on me. We got to lower our head and our nose when we ask him to go to make everything stay in check. Little boulder right to the point of his shoulder, little pigeon-toed coming right at you. Great big caboose, square backed. All those things are good. Just need to change him up front. Got a good solid calf comes next. It's got body shape. Still got a nice look up front. We run out of horsepower from our hip back in terms of just sheer width. Need to settle that one down in his spine. But a very, very good calf in terms of his look, his body shape, and just how good he is in terms of balance. Good calf comes next, and I wished he'd had a better trip, okay? He didn't want to work for the young lady, and when you started tugging and pulling, his pins went down, he kind of dumped his rump, and we lost our balance. Combine now, being a little deeper in our chest, and our breastplate kind of falls out of us a shot more. That's why we land here. Big feet, square up high, lots and lots of good there. Good calf comes next. The young lady's doing a good job with. Crazy in terms of his neck set, where it attaches up high, square down his top line. Not as attractive in his hip, tail, head, and rear leg as those other cattle. Need to rock that guy back in his knee just a nickel. His presence is good. His muscularity is good. He's going to feed easy with that extra body he's got. Little stouter one comes next in terms of just feature in the baldy. Really square up high. Little long backed. Wants to kind of get a little softer when we ask him to go. Runs out of body shape. Young man's got one really good round body in that one. Really square up high. Right there has got to lower our neck when we go. We want to get up in our spine and lose our balance in terms of our hip and our rear leg. Good class right there. Very, very fun on the top end. Congratulations to you. Good division as we get to the end of it. We bring them back out here, front line. Our class winners, very, very suiting to me. The ones that were second are as well. We started with the little white one up front. We talked about it, and I kind of give the guy, young man, a hard time for being the tallest kid at the show with the calf that's maybe just a little moderate, and I picked on him for a minute. That's a good calf. With that, body shape is good, square back. He still gets a little quicker, if you will, in terms of just maturity pattern and growth curve and where he's at. If that goes ahead and stays together without getting a shot plainer up front, hey, there's lots of attributes there to make a very, very nice fat one. One that was second to him, had good shape, had a good look, didn't balance as good underneath, but a good calf as well. But then we got into a good class where silver was the logical one for me to land on. I like that calf quite a bit, just in terms of his basic build, his muscularity, his squareness up high. He's still attractive enough. Got a soft old back leg that gets out and goes good. He's not as heavy duty in terms of his genuine bone column, foot and ankle as some other cattle out here. Maybe like I talked in class, he wants to open over the top of his blade. We could set his chine down in the top of his blade, just a freckle different, but I'll tell you, that's a good-headed calf. It's got presence. It's got really, really nice parts to make a fat one down the road. I talked about it earlier. I don't try and project them. That one's just got lots of attributes to make a very, very good functional fat steer someday. We got a unique one over there that was second, like we talked to that young lady. Not my speed, very high quality. I like that calf quite a bit. He's a little different than I typically like, but his quality is very, very good. Need to give that one a shot of bigger feet if we can, and then we could have maybe bared down and done some different things there, but a good calf there in second. Then we got into a good class where Old Red won, and right there is very, very unique. Stout-headed, long-necked, good-looking, very, very square down his top line, very good in terms of the top side of his skeleton. He's got great big old paws, and he utilizes them the right way, great big legs on him. I'm not going to tell you he's just absolutely the huskiest right in the center of his body in terms of just sheer shape. I think it matches him, and I think it fits real good. His angles are incredible, combined with his squareness and his muscle and his look. Very, very high quality one. That one that was second to him, we talked about him. Dead deadly on the stand. Wish we could just open his toes up, let him set his feet down, and put him down and push off of him, take a better step there. His look is incredible. I don't know if he balances as good in his underline, base of his chest, back up into his flank as old Red does, but that's a very, very complimentary pair that's got tons of quality. Then we landed on a good pair out of the last class, and the black one just suited me in terms of his proportionality. That's a very, very good animal. Is he ready to slay the dragons today? No, he's not. Not in any way. But that thing has got square shape up high. He proportions good. His head, his neck, his forearm is very, very good in that calf. His body is still good. He reads immature, but everything is right. He's genuine. He's square. He's not the widest and most cracked apart, but everything is true. Everything is genuine. Everything proportions. I like him quite a good deal. Then we had old Yeller there, big and husky, square up high, big centered, like we talked about him. Very, very good calf. Didn't know if his rear hock was just 100. Didn't know if just his genuine balance when we asked him to go was as good as a black one. So very, very good division here. Awesome set of young people. My hat's off to you. Class 3 champion and reserve right here. Reds winning, black ones reserve. Good pair out of this division. Good class right here as we get into a new division. I'm not going to tell you old Yeller's feet and legs are just spot on ideal, but after that, that's the one that can combine a good square back and good look up front with some good balance. His length of hip is good. He's the densest when we get into him. If the painted one right behind him had a shot more muscle in him and rib cage, we could get into it. We got to accept his front end. We got to accept his rear leg in terms of how he goes, but a very, very good calf, underline up. I think tons and tons of upside. Black and white one's very heavy duty in terms of foot size and bone work. All those things are good. They they're big because he's a shot more mature up through his front end. He just simply gets too flat right in the center of him. Wish he had more body shape. Wish his forerib was just a shot bolder there. He's square up high. He's really good in terms of his hip and his rear leg. He just runs out of true shape for me. I do appreciate his runners. They are flexible. He is good on them. Just need to give him more true shape. The one here in third is more shapely. Square back, dense muscle. Brown cage in that one, wide pin, a little bolder, a little lower slung, a little longer bladed, if you will, in terms of where the point of his shoulder attaches. He doesn't balance underneath quite as good. A little deeper chested, a little up in his flank. The biggest thing is he's got to lower his head before he can comfortably keep his spine in him when he goes. Wish he could just elevate his front end, give us a little better look of balance as he goes. Good looking one, high-necked one comes next. Need to soften him right in the center of him. Need to change him just a freckle in terms of where his twist sits into him. Runs up a little bit from his sheath up into his flank there. We need to just yank it down the seat of his britches. But he's got a good look, and he's got some muscle up high. Excuse me. The one that comes next, really good on the stand, really up-headed, really attractive, square and dense down his top line, gets a little frailer from his underline to the ground, has a shot more sheath, doesn't balance underneath quite as good. Right there, he can go up a spot or two. Ask him to go. We don't keep that same look right there, balance and presence when we go. Gets a little tighter on both ends. A little more moderate kind comes next in terms of one that's just a little quicker in his maturity pattern, really bold, really round. In terms of his rib cage, he's got muscle. Need to change his hip. He's got a good back leg. Need to lengthen his hip, square it up. Young lady's got one that is long and level down his top line. He's square out of the back of his blade. Need to just redesign his rear leg a shot if we can. Give him more true shape. The Baldy comes next, just easier feeding, easier doing, stouter boned than the cattle right below him. Need to make that one a little more attractive when we put a halter on him, just on both ends of his skeleton, but that one's just very, very fundamentally correct. Runners are good, bone is good, body shape is good. Good calf there. One that comes next, a black calf, really attractive, really up-headed. He's at a point where it's time to lay the wood to him in terms of feeding him. You know, he's plenty good sized in terms of just where his frame sets in him, correlation to his body and his condition. I think he's flexible as he goes. He's good looking. He beats one that's got more body shape because he's better in his rear leg. He's more comfortable and correct in terms of the way he's built there. Baldy comes next, square, stout. Need to redesign his rear leg. Need to change him in his shoulder and through his front end. Good class. Good calf wins this class. Good pair up on the top end, but I think logical class winner in my mind is the black one. Really good looking, really flexible in terms of how he goes. Really good just in terms of his balance. One that's got a nice feed and look. He's still got some width up high, and he's still square out of the back of his blade. I'm not going to tell you we couldn't give him just a shot more shape, point of his shoulder to the ball on his tail, but that's a good looking one that's built right. Gets out and motors good. He maintains squareness as he comes and goes. Still has some dense shape up high. You've had to hang with him, young man, but you've done a good job. Good class winner right there. White calf's very, very good hip forward. Really square and broad up out of the back of his blade. Really good right down his top line. Still attractive enough up through his front end. He's got a good forearm in him. His body shape is good from the just round-bodied. Doesn't balance quite as good underneath. Not quite as coordinated in terms of his hip and his rear leg and how he utilizes it, but a really good calf there to be second. From there down, you can do a lot of things. I prefer the black one right here that's got a good look to him. He's broad up high. He's got squareness in terms of right out of the back of his blade. Really good that way. He's not messed up anywhere, and he does it with a good look, and he's square built, so he fits me pretty good. I'm not going to tell you he's perfect in his knee or stout enough in his bone work, but that's a very, very good calf right there. Doesn't have any holes in him. The gray one right here, he's acting about like a lot of us feel. He's kind of never wants to hold his head up and elevate. If his head carriage could come up and his spine go down, there's a lot of good in that calf. He's a little quicker in his maturity pattern. That is a broad-backed, round-bodied one that's got a big old wide hip in him. His rear leg works pretty good. Just never would elevate up front, never would give us that natural look of presence up front in the trip that he had, but a very good calf as well. Real good looking, naturally high head carriage on this one here, and that's what makes it hard. We just ran out of shape. He gets too flat all the way through his body, and when the cattle go right away, needs more true shape. Basics are very, very good. He will feed good. He needs feed, and it'll help him, and he'll get better every day of his life. A lot the same here in the black and white one. He's better bodied than the one right in front of him. Not as secure in his rear hock, not as stout in his bone work. That's how that pair worked out, young man. You got a good look. He's got body shape. He's got some muscle. Need to change his rear hock. Need to stouten him in his bone work, but a good calf there. Red one's just solid, fundamental, good cattle right here. He's square backed. He's got muscle. He's got body shape. Terms of one that'll feed easy. We bring him out here in this gig. His neck wants to get just a little lower tying, wants to get a little open in terms of his shoulder. We lose some balance right here when we ask him to go in terms of our top line, in terms of our rear leg. Baldy comes next, really attractive up front, really square and genuine down his top line, good out through his hip, gets a little upright up front. He's better in his underline, even though we could fix it a little, than the one right behind him. That's how he goes ahead, runs up a spot. I like his shape up high, I like his look. Young man's got one that's got a stout old head on him. He's really attractive, very broad up on the top side of his skeleton. All those things are good. Need to change his underline. He's got a shot of sheath. Twist sits a little too far up in the seat of his britches. Need to balance him there in terms of his flank line, but a good calf in terms of one that feed good. He's got muscle up high. Then we got just a very fundamentally correct one comes in old Silver. Really square down his top. Good in terms of his depth of body. Runs out of shape right in the center of his cage to match the way he's built up front. Little bolder in his shoulder, little plainer in his chest. He's got to open with some more shape as we come back. Good class right there. Congratulations to you. Good class to fire back up on here. Good setup here on the top end. This top pair's good. They're not ideally just alike, but they're good. And I think with that, the one that suits me is the young ladies up front. I love his look. I love his strength at top line. That thing's built like a salt block when you get right into him, right out of the back of his blade, all the way down his top line. His pin set is wide now. His legs are maybe exaggerated a shot more than the one right behind him. So I don't know if his bone column and his foot is any bigger or better there than the one right behind him. I love just his underlying quality and his balance there. Shot more genuine, shot more flexible as he goes. He can maintain that look right there when we put him into motion, and I think that's what separates a very, very good pair right here. Congratulations to you. This one here in second, there's parts and pieces of him that are so unique. Awesome in the shape to his head, very good in terms of his forearm, awesome right in the center of his body in terms of just sheer shape there. He's still got width up high. He's very, very expressive down in the lower seat of his britches. Got a real good posture to his rear leg right here, and you think that thing ought to be able to fly by the way the angle is up front, by the way the posture of his rear leg is behind. Just wants to close his toes a shot more right now, getting into it, and not open his claw and set it down and drive off of it. Everything tells you he ought to move excellent. Maybe first trip to town, I have no idea. I wish he could set his feet down a little square and go. I wish he had just a shot more strength right in the center of his back. That thing is awesome in his head. His presence is good for one that's that soft right in the center of him. His chest is laid into him right into his forerib. Very, very high quality calf. On the stand, he pushes our class winner. Ask him to go. He's just not as coordinated today, young man. Okay, he's a little bit more like me. Not really maybe quite as athletic, not as coordinated. Very, very good in the top pair. Good calf comes here in 3. Jet level down his spine, high necked, good looking. Really good in terms of his rear leg. Collects himself a shot better than the one right in front of him in the move. Just got to soften him up. We're getting him to this size. We're getting him to this weight. Just soften that one in his underline. Beautifully presented there. Just wish the good Lord would have gave him just a shot more balance. Sheath back up into flank when we get into those that top pair. But a good calf right there. A little bit moderate one comes next. Really square up, high, round-bodied, still attractive enough. He's got a good rear leg when we plant it and stop. Gets a little shorter in his hip. Gets a little frailer in terms of his forearm and just his front feet. We could change him there, but a good calf. Old Red's just functional. He's square-backed. He's level down his top line. Still got a nice look up front. He gets too flat right in the center of his cage. Just need to open that guy up. O'Gray's got more shape. He's shapely up high. Doesn't balance as good. Chest back into flank. Not quite as coordinated hip in his rear leg, young lady. He's got a good look. His back is square. All those things are good. Here's one that gets here just because he's got more bone. He's got more body than the paint right below him. He gets too plain in the base of his chest. He gets up in his spine. I just can, we're getting him to this point. There's just more product in that one. He's got more bone work. He's got more body shape, even though he's not built quite as good. Painted calf comes next. Jet level down his top. Good out his hip. That one needs to have more horsepower for his size and his length. Just gets too flat all the way through. Young man's coming with one that's good in his bone work. Stout in his foot. Square up high. Gets a little plainer up front. Not quite as coordinated in his rear leg. Young man's done a good job with one. He's hung around a long time to show him. You guys have done a good job. He's square up high. He's broad-backed. Need to redesign his rear leg. Need to give that one a more shot, more shape. Good set of cattle. Good job, guys. Good way to end our show. Challenging, and I'll tell you what, with that said, as good as these four are, I'm going to tell you there's an area in every one of them that we can say, hey, does that one need to be a class winner? I don't know if one comes in and says, hey, I'm lights out your class winner. The one I've got to come back and make the least amount of excuses for is the spotted one up front. We can square him up in terms of his rear foot. He wants to roll out on his hoof wall just a shot when he runs away from you. We can stouten him from his underline to the ground. After that, his strength at top line, his stoutness ahead, his underline balance is better than the 1 in 3. His strength to back is better than Old Yeller right behind him. His length to hip and the way his tail head sets in there, I'm all in on that. I love how square and broad he is up high. He still balances good. Got a good feeding look in him. I like that calf quite a bit. If we were going to make him perfect and we were going to set sail with that one throughout the show, we'd square his feet up when he hits the ground going away, and we just stouten his bone column a shot, make it proportion with that big old husky back he's got in him. But I like that calf quite a bit to win this class. 2 and 3 get really close, and do with them what you want. Here's my thing on Old Yeller. I love short back cattle. I love them to be short back, long neck, long hipped. This one does that. Here's where I have an issue with him. We're going to make them short backed. They got to be really, really strong up there, okay? He wants to sag. He wants to come apart. I don't know if there's just as much genuine width right up over his wither coming out of there, as much dent shape right in the top side of his skeleton. His rear leg and his runners are unmatched in this particular setup. They're flawless there. He's still got a good look up there. That is a very, very mature short-backed one that when we get him parked, he needs to have more strength up there for me, but very, very good calf right there to be second. One here in third can push them all pretty good, really good up through his front end, good in his forearm, really square up high. I couldn't get him to balance underneath as good as I wanted him to run him up because I thought about it. I just couldn't get his underline to match, couldn't get his hip at times to the posture of it to be right. Young man, that one's got lots of upside. I like his bone. I like his look. Very good calf right there. The one here in 4, really attractive, really square up high. That one just gets a little higher twisted, gets a little narrower going away. Needs a shot more in the seat of his britches. Needs to balance too a little better in his underline. I like his forearm shape. I like his width up high. Very, very good calf there. The yellow one comes next. Just good solid cattle. Pliable right in the center of his cage. He's square up high. Good out his hip. Gets a little frailer in his bone work. Gets a little forward in his knee. But that's a very, very good calf to be this far down at the end of the day. Good looking one comes next. He closes too much in the base of his chest, a little upright in terms of his ankle, young man, but he's got muscle up high. He's got a good look, a little more moderate, easy doing kind comes next. Just gets a little high in his spine, a little tangled up. We moved him up. I finally got a good pass of him where his spine settled in him. I like his rib cage. I like his muscularity. Need to elevate his neck and set it up on the top of his blade. Way good looking one here in terms of presence. That one just gets too flat. Need to soften him. Need to open him right out of the back of his blade. Big bodied kind of calf that's square built. Need to redesign him in his hip and his rear leg. If he can be comfortable there, we can go up 2 or 3 spots. Just a little awkward in terms of his mobility there. Combine that with being a little longer bladed up front, a little lower where the point of his shoulder attaches. We end up there. Good calf comes next, just in his doability. Round bodied, got muscle, just doesn't balance and have the same look. Good class, good way to end your show today. Good way to wrap up our show. Good division here as we get them back out here. We're not going to spend a lot of time. It's late. It's everybody has seen them and listened to me enough. I think this is a good division. I think we started with a good class up there in Old Orange. Underline up. Good calf. Looks like a fat steer and top side of his skeleton. Still good looking. Change that one a nickel in terms of his front end structure. You love his body, his look, and his squareness up high. Then we got the one that was second, good boned, heavy duty, ran out of shape, just a pinch, if you will. Then we got into a good class in Class 2. In terms of one that absolutely built for speed in terms of his mobility. Like we talked at times, maybe it's because he's not quite as husky maybe as some other cattle out here, but his look is way good. His presence, his look, his balance, for one that's got just a dab of sheath down there, his underline still fits in him very, very appropriately. He's still square up high out of the back of his blade, so that's why I can say he's in contention because he's stout enough. He's got enough right out of the back of his blade. He needs more in the top side of his hip and down in the seat of his britches. But I'm going to tell you, his bone work is good. His runners are good. His look is good. I like just the feed and look he has. Whitey's a good calf over there to be second to him. Then we got into a good class in Class 3, and we talked about our class winner. Good looking, square backed, very good in terms of balance, in terms of underlying quality, hip, posture, rear leg. We can get him put a little weight on that one. It'll look better, young lady, but very, very good in his hip and his rear leg posture. Very square up high, still attractive enough. I love that calf just in terms of what he represents. Pretty genuine in terms of his underpinning width, in terms of the base of his chest. Really good calf over there that was second to him. That was just a little awkward today in terms of his movement, in terms of how he went. Couldn't ever get him to just settle in and be mobile enough, if you will. But his body shape, his muscularity, his just genuine fat steer look is as good as any, maybe when you bear down on him. Then we ended on a good class here. I went ahead and the spotted one suited me better. Strength of top line, just linked to hip. The way that one was built out, his tail head, like we said, he gets just a nickel frailer when you take him to his maturity and his size, maybe in just sheer bone column, if you will. Maybe he wants to roll out on the outside of his hoof wall when he runs right away from you. Still squaring his hock, just need to set him down and let him push a little bit. So real good division here. I think they're very good. I think there's lots of things in this division you can do before you do anything wrong, minus our champion. Our champion's, in my mind, non-negotiable. Young lady out of Class 3, that's the one that suits me very, very well. I think after that, you can do a lot of things. If you want to use a really good-looking one that's absolutely incredibly mobile, that needs a shot, more horsepower, but I do appreciate his immaturity for this particular weight. He looks like one you can take home and lay the wood to him, and he's going to get better. You can do that. You got a great big husky round-bodied one here that is his angles read correct. He just gets a little wonky in the way he moves in this particular setting, but if you strip it back and you go back to what we're supposed to know, his shoulder set's good, his knee's good, his rear leg's good, the posture of it maybe just a little bit herky-jerky, if you will. Then you got a spotted one down there that's square built up high, still gives you a nice look. You need to just wonder if that one's stout enough. So there's lots and lots of options out here. My personal second favorite, I'm not going to tell you he had a trip that we just slam dunk it on today. I think so much quality lays in this one that was second to our class winner. That's the one that suits me second best. Give them all a big round of applause. Good division of cattle. Great set of young people. We'll tell you what, as we get to it, it's late in the day. We've been here a long time. We've, like Brandon said, we've tried to describe them to you absolutely to the best of our ability, and it's been fun to spend the day with you and the weekend. We'll get into some more later. Good set of division winners out here. The white one started us off right, unique in his look, good up front, good through the base of his chest. For his immaturity and the way he's built up there, he still had body shape. We get into that cattle. Like we said, he's good up high, he's square built. We could balance him a shot different in his underline. Maybe we get him back out here and a good heavy duty boned one over there that was reserved to him. That's a good pair to start off with. Then we got into a really good division where we had a good division winner in my mind in the paint right there. Huge in his bone work, stout in his feet, and just feature and bone work, all that stuff is good. Still really attractive in terms of his neck and the way he's built up there. He's got width down in the base of his chest, and you like all that about him. There's times for one built like that wants to get just a little softer right in the center of his back, and we could just tie him up there just a nickel different. His runners are good. He's square built. He's big featured. He's very, very out there in terms of his pieces, but then we bring it back and he's still mobile and he's functional. That's kind of a unique animal. Good calf over there was second. Really woolly, round-bodied one, won that middle division there. Just huge in his rib cage, very square up high. We talked about his length to hip is way better than you think it should be. His tail head sets in him good. He utilizes his rear leg okay. Wants to spin out just a little from the point of his shoulder to the ground. Maybe one that, for me, we could change the shape to his bottom jaw and just stouten him up right there in his muzzle if you would. But that's a good calf that's got tons and tons upside, really muscular kind of calf over there that was reserved to him. That was a good division. Then we got into a good class that had a pair of them in it, and I like those two real well. Like I said, the red one, we'll talk about him real quick. Again, I've talked about him a few times. And I enjoy talking about him because he is awesome in his look, his head, the shape to it. That's where it starts for me. He ducks his little dark nose in that gate, and I'm kind of all in because I love his head. I love the shape to it. It's set up on the top side of his blade, and with that, set to his shoulder, set to his knee is very, very genuine and very correct. He's broad and square up on the top side of his skeleton. His hip posture and rear leg is very, very good. Now, here's the thing that I can just imagine. I've talked about it all along. The one thing I could pick on this calf about is just make him just a shot softer and just open him right in the center of his cage. Now, his immaturity reads to where that's not an issue. I'd love to see that guy someday with a great big swelled up rib cage in him. Both ends are incredible. Besides that, I don't think it's an issue. I'm telling you, that one can bring as much stoutness as he does with that kind of look, still being immature, still having room in the tank to go up. That's my speed of livestock right there, the ones that get better every day. He's got the blueprint to do that. One over there that was reserved to him, highly, highly unique in terms of on the stand. Maybe not wanting to do it now, but set his rear foot down, open his toes up, let him get some toe spread, drive off his rear foot. Hey, that one can push old Red pretty hard if he ever does that because his body's good. His look is so unique. Then we got into the last division. We talked about our division winner over here, and you know, sometimes I strip it down and it's just pretty simple at my house. He's built somewhat like a salt block, and I think it's cool. Okay, that thing is broad and square out of the back of his blade. He's square down his top line. He's wide in his pin set, still unique enough in terms of his look up front. Underline quality is absolutely spot on in my mind. I love that thing's forearm and just how it blends and makes sense in terms of his head, forearm, back shape up high. All those things are good. We talked about him. He's presented to the nines. He's maybe exaggerated a shot more in terms of his rear leg, in terms of just God-given bone quality. Maybe it's not quite as genuine as a couple of them out here, but that is a highly, highly unique animal that's got all the right parts that suit me. Little guy over there had a really, really good one. Wish he could grab a gear and motor and do it just in a little better fashion. I love just his genuine fat steer look. Body shape, rib cage, hip, rear leg posture. His angles read spot on to where he ought to move. He's just not having maybe that trip today. So I think it's been awesome out here to get through them. I think there's two of them that suit me really good, and they hit me really, really hard. I think they're both very similar in the way they're built in the top side of their skeleton. They're both very similar in terms of their head carriage and their presence. One of them does it with a shot more bone, a shot more foot, and absolutely flawless in his runners. Old Red's winning. Young lady out of the division behind him's reserve. We'll go through and get you the rest of your five.
Ladies and gentlemen, ringside as he picks the rest of his top five of breed steers, let's give Mr. Brent Murray a massive round of applause. A very, very good guy that cares a lot about the kiddos. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our champion overall exhibitors out of your Key division, Braden McConnell and Briley Ashcraft. Out of your Man and Jew division, Spencer Gottemiller and Kate Liggett. Out of your Shorthorn division, Kylie Pingrell. And out of your champion division, Crossbred Steers, your champion crossbred steer goes to Spencer Gottemiller and Karor Kinney. Congratulations, those top two exhibitors in that particular division. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, there's not another person that cares about your kiddo the most in the show ring. My good friend, Mr. Brent Murphy, ringside. Let's give him a massive round of applause as he deserves.
Well, as we wrap up our day, a couple things real quick. One, thank you all for having me. It's always an honor and a privilege to come out here because you know 2-3 things are going to happen. One, the livestock's going to be very good. Number two, you know the days are going to be very long. And number three, you know your kids are going to be incredible because of what you guys do for them. So without a doubt, before we go any further, give these folks that put this show on a big round of applause for what they do and the efforts they give for your kids. I could talk about kids till the cows come home and nobody wants to hear it. We've done it for 2 days. I truly mean it, though, from the bottom of my heart. Your kids have been incredible. Once again, I talk to every single one of them when they come in here and the ones that are still here, and it's very, very important to me. 3 things that'll get you a long ways besides a good family and a good faith. There's 2 or 3 more things in this world as young people, as we go out in here, we've got to take with us, okay? One's the ability to look people in the eye and give them your opinion with conviction, okay, whether they agree with you or not. The other thing is a good firm handshake, okay? We do it with our right hand in Missouri, and that's the way I always expect it to be done. That's just how we do it. We might be backwards in a lot of things, but I think we do it that way. And the other thing is the ability to speak and talk to somebody even when it's not comfortable, okay? There was a lot of kids walked in this ring and I talked to them, and maybe it wasn't the most comfortable thing to do, but I can tell you this. We can go 10 miles over to Walmart or 20 miles down the road. You go talk to a kid over there, and I don't mean this discriminatory, but a lot of them be crawling under the shelves. They'd be hiding from you. They'd be scared to death, okay? That's the cool thing about livestock kids, agriculture kids, and the way we raise them within this business, and the way you guys that put shows on do it is to make our next generation better, and I truly, truly appreciate it. So back to the cattle. It's been an honor and a privilege to be out here with Brandon. I'll tell you what, somebody I truly look up to, I truly do, in terms of just his conviction, not only in judging livestock, his conviction in being a family man, his conviction in life, his conviction of being a top-notch human being. Let's give him one more round of applause for his efforts he did for you, because he's second to none, I promise you that. We get these back out here. I think it's really, really cool. I think it's good. I think they're cattle that sure have very, very good parts and pieces, but I think there's a pair of them that just slam dunked it for me in terms of my speed, in terms of my kind. That's the cool thing about it. I have described them to you absolutely to the best of my ability, whether they're yours or mine, and that's all I can do. But whenever we get to a show this size and we stay convicted, even when we got to change type and kind, we still always come home to the ones that we like, the ones we believe in, and those are the ones we can hang our hat on. So give them a big round of applause. I'll go out here and line you up at top 5. It's been an honor and a privilege to be here with you. Y'all be safe going home. Best of luck to you in the future.
Congratulations, your champion overall market animal goes to Mr. Spencer Gottemiller. And your reserve goes to Corinne Kenny. Your third overall goes to Spencer Gottemiller. And your fourth overall goes to Ruger White. And your fifth overall goes to Miss Olivia Jones. Congratulations, all the exhibitors. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and a privilege to be with you here this weekend. We thank you so much, and we'll see you back here next year.